Welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another edition of the Fan Show. This is the edition where we will be talking to a number of Tottenham Hotspur fans from all around the world, talking about everything Spurs, ranging from us lifting that Europa League trophy to Ange Postecoglou's future to the transfer window and much, much more. Now, we are currently live on YouTube, on X and on Facebook, so please do get involved. These shows are all about Spurs fans. They're all about you guys. You can come on here. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Craig and I can ask you some questions. You can come on and talk about whatever you want to talk about. These shows are for the Spurs fans, for you all around the world, to talk about what you want to talk about. If you'd like to get involved in a future episode, please do just send me an email. It's tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com, and then I will send you an invitation to come on as a guest. But if you are a little bit shy and you don't want to come on as a guest, then please do put all of your comments down in the comments section and let us know how you're feeling right now as a Tottenham Hotspur fan. Now, I've got Craig alongside me, of course, channel regular. He is here on the channel every single day. Craig, how's your weekend been? How's the last 10 days been? How are you?
Yeah, all right, actually. It's just been... I know you said you hit the wall at some point last week, and even though I wasn't doing the travelling you were doing, it's just that Wednesday night or the build up. That's all you can think about, and then the parade on the Friday. And we had a busy weekend anyway planned without the final and the parade as well. So being a bank holiday, it was just knackering, and I still don't think my body's actually back to normal, because you're just reading constant stuff, you're watching videos on it and everything, and so it's all good, and let's hope for times like that again in the future, because we haven't experienced it like this in the social media sort of age since we've been doing these chats. This is the first trophy we've won since we've been doing all this social media stuff. So it's been different, but it's been so good to see different perspectives, so much information out there now, so yeah, it's good.
Now, let me just say a big public thank you to everybody who subscribes to this channel on YouTube, because we have hit record numbers during May 2025. Of course, Spurs did lift the Europa League. That certainly did help. And, everyone was interested in the content during May. Over 13 million views in 1 month is just unbelievable. I think we were about 5,000 views away from the same views as AFTV, an organisation that has multiple staff. So unbelievable to reach that levels of views and listens to on this channel. So thank you so much for all of your incredible support. Now we're going to go to our actually, before we do, Craig, let me ask you first of all, because earlier today the Football Insider put out a report, and it stated that Tottenham Hotspur have decided to sack Ange Postecoglou. It then goes on to say that Tottenham's formal stance is that no decision has been made yet, as Chairman Daniel Levy has been out of the country in recent weeks. They have also stated in this report that 3 managers are targeted by Spurs: Thomas Frank, Marco Silva and Doni Iriola. Now, moments before we've come live on air on Sunday evening, Tom Barkley from the Sun newspaper has written a report, and it says that Tottenham are speaking to other managers about replacing Ange Postecoglou, but the Europa League winning Aussie remains in the dark if the North Londoners will actually sack him or not. Daniel Levy is still weighing up whether to axe Postecoglou or keep him on. It is more likely a change in the dugout is made, with a decision expected this week, but it is not a foregone conclusion yet. The representatives of a number of possible successors are believed to have been contacted in the meantime. Brentford boss Thomas Frank and Fulham chief Marco Silva are among those Spurs are considering, while there has also been interest in Champions League runner-up Simone Inzaghi of Inter Milan. Postecoglou has been made to wait on the future at Spurs, and a number of Spurs staff went on holiday last week. Craig, let me start by asking you, how are you feeling about Ange Postecoglou? Because Postecoglou has delivered success at Spurs. Let's face it, we all love Mauricio Pochettino. You can say what you like about Antonio Conte, Jose Mourinho, etc., etc. We've had so many different managers over, in recent times. And Postecoglou has delivered success. You know, how have you felt as a Spurs fan these last 10 days since that final? You know, we were together at the parade. It was unbelievable. You know, you look to your left, you look to your right. There were thousands upon thousands of Spurs fans. I feel like it's very mixed at the moment. Some people really want Ange to stay. Some people don't want him there. They feel like we're going to do better with a new manager. What's your stance on this?
Me personally, I just think he's earned the right and deserves the right to lead us into the third season. I'm never going to change my opinion on that, no matter what happens, because somebody who wins you a trophy, first European trophy in 41 years, first trophy in 17, he's done what all the other managers couldn't do. The big names, if you like, not that Pochettino was big at the time when he came to Tottenham, but obviously he had a much better squad than what we've got now. He couldn't get us over the line. Mourinho couldn't get us over the line. All right, you know, he was sacked before a cup final, but Conte couldn't get us over the line. So Ange has done something that they couldn't do, and for all his failings in the league last year, I just think he's earned that right to lead us into the third season. Or else we're just going round and round in circles again. I don't know what message that sends out, especially to the players as well. You know, apparently, and from what we can see, he's not lost the dressing room. We've said before he's not lost the dressing room. He definitely hasn't. The messages of support that have come out from the players, apparently Romero is very close to him and supportive of Ange Postecoglou. So what's going to happen is that if we change manager, is that going to sway Romero if he's 50-50? So it's all that stuff to consider. That's where I am. I think some of it's lazy journalism, to be honest, because people are guessing. I agree with what you said in your video. I think a lot of it is guesswork. Generally, though, in life, there's no smoke without fire. I would say that. But if you think about it, if they are guessing, one of them's going to be right, one of them's going to be wrong. You know, no reporter has come out at any point, and no report has come out saying Ange is staying. That's all I'll say. I mean, I don't want this to be true. I want Ange to stay, but it seems to be very much in the air. You know.
That is true, Craig. Not one journalist has come out and said that Ange is staying, but what I believe is the fact that the club are still thinking about his position at Spurs, and we'll talk about this to a number of guests this evening. That I feel like that is right. I feel like the football club really do need to sit down and think about, you know, whether Ange Postecoglou is the right man to take us forward. And by the way, me personally, I do. And I would like to see a third season under Ange Postecoglou, but it is the right thing to do in terms of thinking about, you know, going forward. Is it the right thing, though? This is the question. Is it the right thing, if this is happening, that Spurs are going out talking to other managers behind Ange Postecoglou's back whilst he's on holiday, seeing what's out there? And if it's not for them, they may say, okay, well, we'll stick with Ange for a third season. But when someone delivers you European success like he has done, however, a lot of people will be shouting at us right now, or certainly me, and say, bloody hell, what about the 22 league defeats? What about, you know, those defeats in the other cup competitions? You know, those 22 league defeats, they were hard to take. I was at every single one of them. And, you know, coming away from those stadiums, either home or away, it was hard to take. But I tell you what, the feeling that I felt in the last 10 days, and the way that I felt then when we lifted that trophy and that parade, etc., and taking everything else into consideration, and there is a lot to take into consideration, the amount of injuries that we have had, the transfer windows that we have had, Harry Kane going, etc., I do feel like Ange Postecoglou is trying to change the mentality at the football club, and that is never, ever going to be easy, and that is not a quick fix, and it just doesn't happen just like that. You know, it takes time. And I know a lot of Spurs fans will go, yeah, but we've waited all this time. We have waited all this time, but we also waited a long time for a trophy. What I would say is, would people have preferred that we finished 7th and had won so many more games and drawn loads of games, finished 7th, 8th or 9th in the table, and had a, you know, an okay season in the Premier League, rather than lift that Europa League trophy? No way. No way. If people were at that parade and people were at that final and people have a positive outlook on life, then I think that people would take that trophy all day long. And do I think that Ange Postecoglou can deliver more success and more trophies at Spurs? Absolutely, I do. But the league position, I would say that this puts even more pressure on our board to deliver players in that league position, regardless of, and of course we're playing Champions League football next year. We have to have a much bigger and better squad. So in terms of recruitment and in terms of money outlaid on top quality experienced players, I feel like that puts more pressure actually on the board. It's going to be very interesting, these conversations this evening, talking to a lot of the fans. Let's go to the first one, and we're going to go straight to Justin. Justin, I believe it's the first time for you on this channel. How are you? And thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, it's my first time on channel. Good evening for you guys, Chris and Craig. Yeah, it's 1 p.m. where I am, 1:11.
How you doing?
But no, I agree with everything Craig said, honestly. I think he does deserve, another opportunity, given that he did bring us success a couple of weeks ago. I just think that, we shouldn't be searching for another manager at this point in time. I feel like he has earned the right to, at least be here through, December. Give him a chance to see how he does in the first half of the season, and then you can make a decision if we haven't improved our league position then. But I mean, like you said, the first trophy in 17 years. It's just, you can't just send the guy off after, he's brought success that all these other managers didn't bring us. Pochettino couldn't do it. Mourinho couldn't. Mourinho didn't get the chance to do it, but he couldn't do it. Conte couldn't do it. And if you take into consideration like what he, inherited as a team, you lose your best player in the club history ever, and that's guaranteed 20 plus goals a season. And he gets us 5th from 8th position the season before that, gets us into Europe. And I mean, yeah, granted, the 22 defeats this season is hard to ignore, but I think Jamie Carragher made the point, like right after we had won the final, looking back on this down the road, are we going to remember those 22 defeats, or are we going to remember the fact that we won a trophy that season? And I think that's the biggest thing.
Justin, do you think I was thinking about this before, right? The club or Daniel Levy has to make a decision. Obviously, they don't need to make a decision. They could just run with it and just say, well, what's the problem, right? So do you think there's more pressure on them? Right, saying he sacks Postecoglou, whoever he brings in, the start isn't so good. Or keep Postecoglou and the start is okay. What is more pressure on Daniel Levy? Because do you think it's about even? Because if he sacks him, he employs a new manager, say it's Thomas Frank, and we start off abysmally, he's going to get criticised. I think he's probably going to get criticised, whatever.
Regardless,
I wouldn't be surprised if they're weighing up how are we going to, what criticism are we going to get? Because that will come into it, won't it? That sort of conversation.
Yeah, no, I think he's going to get criticized regardless, but I do feel like he's going to face more pressure if he sacks Postecoglou and we come off to a bad start.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't believe bringing a new manager is the answer. I believe Ange is the guy for the job. I don't think I've seen a manager, in the time I've been following Spurs, that's united the dressing room the way he has, like the way the players are behind him. The players actually play for him. So, that's very refreshing to see, considering, some of the past managers we've had and kind of the conflicts they've had with the players in the dressing room and like off the pitch. So I do believe he's the guy for the job. I think he deserves, another half a season at least at the minimum. But I mean, like you said, he's off on holiday right now. And I do think it's kind of a slight and a bit of a disrespect by, the board and Levy and everybody to be, entertaining the possibility of bringing in another manager and kind of keeping him in the dark about everything. I mean, if I was Ange, I wouldn't want to be hearing that.
The thing is, though, Justin, the club have been crying out loud for years on, to win a trophy. And all of us fans have been crying out for a trophy success. It's been, these last 10 days have been incredible, in my opinion. And when you win the Europa League, of course, you get that Champions League spot. So in essence, Daniel Levy has got exactly what he wants. We've got Champions League football, we've got the trophy. So I suppose my question to you is, what's the problem? What is it? Those 22 defeats in the Premier League that is going to, sway a lot of people to say that we want, the Australian boss gone to someone else coming in? And I suppose the other question to you is that what is Thomas Frank, Marco Silva, or Iriola going to do differently Are they going to bring us more success, or would you feel more comfortable with someone like that rather than Postecoglou in the dugout?
Honestly, no, I wouldn't. And compared to, Thomas Frank and Iriola, like they have, they both had, pretty mediocre seasons, over the past few seasons. Like Bournemouth's had a great season this season compared to, their past seasons, but they've always been, mid-table clubs for, as far as I can remember. So, I mean, it's just like, why bring in a manager from a club that's, been battling mid-table for, consecutive seasons, back to back to back, and we have a manager that's actually been able to win a trophy, because, those two managers haven't accomplished, anything as far as silverware goes. Ange has. So, and then, I mean, another point is, like you mentioned, the players that have come out publicly speaking and like backing him, saying, I believe he's 100% the man for the job. You got James Maddison, Bergvall, Archie Gray. They reported on how close he is with Romero. I feel like, if they were to sack him, I feel like it's gonna just it's like throwing a grenade in the dressing room. It's just gonna blow everything up. So.
Yeah, Justin. Obviously, you I can tell from your accent you're one of our friends across the pond.
I'm across the pond.
How did you celebrate the final? What did you do? Did you get out of work early, or did you manage to watch it at work, or how did you tell us about how you celebrated and watched it?
So I was actually on holiday in Hawaii, so I had to watch the game very early in the morning. I think it was a 9 a.m. kickoff Hawaii time, which isn't early, but there used to be a Spurs supporter group out there, but they haven't been active in a few years, because I tried to find them so I could watch the game, but I was like on Reddit and the internet trying to figure out like where they watch the games and stuff, and kind of activity died probably like 4 years ago, I guess, because the kickoffs for them for a normal noon kickoff in the Premier League is like 3 a.m. their time, which is very difficult to watch. But I was able to find a bar that was willing to put the game on for me specifically. There's nobody in there. It was me. It's pretty much me by myself. My wife and I and a couple of other regulars that were in there. So yeah, they put the game on for me with sound, everything. It was great. I mean, I was in Hawaii, so it was nice to, after the game ended, it was only about 11 a.m. So I had the entire day to celebrate, really. It was great.
Justin, last question for you. Regardless of what you, me, or Craig want, who do you think will be the Spurs manager at the opening day of next season?
I do believe we will stick with Ange. I think Levy is too smart to, make the decision to sack him. At least I hope he's too smart to do it. But I just feel like he's made, some very rash and poor decisions in the past, and I feel like he's trying to break that habit. So I feel like on opening day, Ange will still be the manager.
Justin, thanks so much for joining us, and we look forward to speaking to you again soon.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. Cheers.
Thanks so much.
Cheers, Justin. See you later.
Right, we're now going to go to Jake. Jake, evening, how are you?
Evening, chaps. I'm doing very well. Still buzzing, still on cloud nine. Still can't.
That's what we want to hear. I should have opened the show, shouldn't I? Singing Johnson again, ole ole. Yeah, that's how I should have started. How are you feeling? How's the last 10 days been for you, and where do you stand on Ange? Because the internet at the moment, you go on there, it's like you'd never think that we'd won a trophy like 10 days ago or so. It's like, come on, at least celebrate during the summer.
Exactly. It's been incredible. I've been quite disillusioned this season, to be honest with you, and the last few years as a Spurs fan. I grew up in Finsbury Park, unfortunately, so a lot of my friends and family are all Gooners, so that makes it even harder. The last 4 cup finals, I think we didn't even manage to score a bloody goal, did we? Never mind turn up. So I was expecting the worst in this one. I was thinking it'd be just like us to beat bloody Man United 3 times in the season, and then when it really matters, crap the bed and not turn up again and not score a goal. So I've been, pinching myself really ever since the final. So glad it's made the last 40 years or so worthwhile. And I still can't believe it, to be honest. And Arsenal fans, etc., they can try and, play it down and act like it's not a major trophy and this, that and the other. But we know it all is. We can wear our colours now with pride. We're going out with Spurs shirt on, I think, every day of the week since. And yeah, just loving it. Just absolutely loving it. But slightly worried about the future with all the stories about Ange and everything that's coming out today. Sorry, I don't know. I'm rambling now. What was the question?
where do you stand on Ange Postecoglou, Jake? Do you think that he will be given that opportunity to get the third season? Because I speak to a lot of Spurs fans every day, and obviously on this channel on a daily basis, and it does seem to be very mixed on people. You know, everyone loves the fact that we've won the trophy, obviously, but it seems to be very mixed in the opinion about those 22 league defeats. You know, I've quite often said I'd love to see Ange play a more pragmatic way in the Premier League, like we have done in European competition. Certainly, you know, he said last week in the press conference that, you know, he plays that different way in knockout football, but it would be nice to see a different style in the Premier League. With a better squad, I really do believe that Ange could play a different way and we could get much better results. You know, he seems to be very positive about the future, and he's actually come out and said that he hopes that he does get that third season, and he'd be disappointed if he didn't. Where do you stand on it as from a fan's point of view? Because it was disappointing, those 22 defeats, don't get me wrong, but I feel like there's something there. And can we keep, you know, going through these managers like we do every couple of years?
No, yeah, I've got mixed feelings, to be honest. I've been flip-flopping a lot. But since we've won the cup final, I've flopped back to Ange. I want him to stay. I think he's earned that chance for the third season. Like you say, he's given us the best week of our lives since I can remember as a Spurs fan. But then, you know, that's what my heart says. But then my head says, at Premier League level, a lot of the defeats we've had this season, it's not just the fact that we lost those games, it's also the manner for me. I think tactically, yes, I totally agree with you 100%. I'd love to see us play in the Premier League more like we do in the Europa League, because at times in the Premier League, we just look so wide open. And even against teams like Ipswich and Leicester, who I don't think won in months or hadn't won away all season practically. Yeah. You know, not only did they beat us, they looked like they were the far better team as well in many games this season. And the scorelines could have actually been worse. And that's what worries me. It's a difficult journey getting in and out that Tottenham Stadium for many people, you know, and fans are unhappy if they travel that way and they're watching so many, not only defeats, but the manner of them and the poor performances. And although I know it might sound stupid saying it because the players have probably been out celebrating all week, but I was also, that final game against Brighton worried me a little bit as well, because they could have scored, I think, a couple more as well. It could have been 5-1, 6-1, and it was a bit of a battering, to be honest. And I know the players might practically been on holiday in their minds and still celebrating the trophy, but they looked way ahead of us in that game. And there were so many Premier League games like that this season. That does worry me going into next season. And it wasn't just last season for me. It was also the last sort of 5-10 games of his first season as well. I thought we finished that season playing quite poorly as well, to be honest. So long story short, I would love him to stay. And I think he's earned that right. But I'm not sure he will. As well as what the points you've covered, also I think the messaging that's coming out from Ange and from Levy, and also the body language. Like, I don't know if you saw that video where they hugged each other after the final and the trophy. I think it was.
Yeah, it was me that posted it.
Oh, right. Sorry. Of course it was. Yeah. In that case, you have seen it then. Yeah, I told you I was a fan of your videos and I watched them all. So there you go. That proves it. That was like, I don't know, when they say that's kind of spoke volumes to me. It didn't seem like they've got a close connection there at all anymore, sadly. So I really want him to stay, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do pull the trigger.
He's difficult though, Jake, isn't it? It's very, very. I do get what you're saying, because you know we all know what the league results were like, and they just weren't good enough. We all remember the first 10 games of his first season, but after that, if you've taken it from that point, then it's just not good enough. Obviously, the Premier League is our bread and butter, but I still keep coming back to it. He's delivered a major European trophy for us. And, you know, other managers have tried to prioritise this, prioritise that, and not got us over the line, and Ange did, you know. So it's not the first time we've prioritised competitions, but it's probably one of the only times I can remember where they've admitted prioritising something. Because Pochettino never really used to come out and say it, and Conte and Mourinho never did either. They've basically, thing is, he's come out and admitted everything we all knew, and people are moaning about it. You know, they knew we were reprioritising the Europa League because that was our only. You know, I know he said January, and we were still in the FA Cup and the Europa. And the Carabao semi-finals. But after that point, that's when it started to think, okay, we've got to prioritise. So it was probably February in essence, really, because I can't believe they prioritised it since January because they just, you know, we were still in a semi-final then. So. It's very difficult, but again, I'm going to stick with it, and I'm going to say, Ange, he's earned the right. I just don't think it sends the right message. And here's a question, actually. Let me give you a final question, Jake. Do you think Thomas Frank coming in, for example, I'm going to use Frank. Do you think him coming in would do a better job than Postecoglou could? And do you think he would be backed any more than Postecoglou would be?
No, I mean, I don't want to sound like I was blaming Postecoglou for everything, because I think the other thing was the board got rid of so many players last summer and only brought in, 4 players, and 3 of those were teenagers. And also the horrendous injury record, that can't be ignored. So please don't make me think, I hope you don't think I'm coming across that I want Ange out. I definitely don't. I want him to have that chance. He thinks he's earned it. But Thomas Frank, I agree. I love watching Brentford play, especially this season. I think he's a great manager. I think he can adapt during games. He adapts before games, depending on opposition. He uses different formations. He seems to have a great connection with all the players in his squad and his team. But he's not won anything. And he's not been with respect to Brentford, a big club like we are, or I like to think we are, or say, you know. So how will he handle the pressure if, you know, things don't go his way? And again, no, I don't think the board would back him. You know, Levy's already putting out messaging before the cup final that money was going to be tight, or books have to be balanced, or there wasn't a lot of money available. So no is my answer. I'm not convinced Thomas Frank would be a quick fix and would magically change everything and do a lot better job than Ange could next season.
Yeah, I think an interesting point as well is that, you know, when Postecoglou said this a couple of times over the last couple of months, that, you know, when he came in, we were 8th in the Premier League and we had no European football. And, you know, he's been here for 2 years. He got us into European football and he's won the competition. And I feel like a lot of people just dismiss these things. And, you know, we haven't had a European trophy for 41 years. I just feel like some people, you know, dare I say it just comes across a little bit ungrateful. And, you know, for the time that I've had for the last 10 days as a Spurs fan, you know, we've gone through, you know, some real crappy times this season. I agree. But I feel like the transfer windows need to be a lot better, particularly now that we're going to be playing Champions League football. And this has been coming for a long time where we need to go big in transfer windows. You know, replacing Harry Kane was very, very difficult. A lot of people have slated, you know, Dominic Solanke, although, you know, his work rate is second to none. I don't know. Sometimes you just can't make people happy no matter what you do. But in my opinion, I think that Postecoglou does deserve the opportunity to start a third season. Jake, thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully we will see you again on another fan show in the near future.
That'd be great. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Cheers.
Jake.
Cheers. See ya.
Cheers. See ya.
Right, we're now going to go to Darren. Darren, how are you?
Sorry, just had to unmute myself. Yeah, I'm not doing too bad. It's sort of getting a bit frustrating where we don't know what's going on. We want some clarity, I think, one way or another. Is Ange in? Is he out? I think the board needs to step up. Obviously, we know Ange has been on holiday. Maybe I would want to see a decision early this week. I'd want to see Levy come out and say one way or another, this is what's happening. This is how the club is proceeding. We need that. We have to do that.
It's a funny one, Darren, because Postecoglou's obviously got a 4-year deal. He's 2 years in. So do anyone from the club does that have to happen in terms of someone coming out saying that, you know, Ange Postecoglou is being backed and he will be our manager next year, being that he has got a 4-year deal? But then we are seeing all of these reports saying that Spurs are now actively going out talking to other managers. And also, what I wanted to ask you is given, say, Daniel Levy's track record of managers, you know, hiring and firing managers, you know, when we look at, you know, recent times, Pochettino took us to a Champions League final. Sadly, we didn't get over the line. And funny enough, that was 6 years ago today, that cup final. Where's that time gone? But yeah, 6 years ago, didn't spend a penny in transfer windows in 518 days, was then sacked in the following November. Jose Mourinho took us to a cup final. He was sacked 6 days before that cup final. Antonio Conte's, you know, very famous rant after that Southampton draw at St Mary's, told a lot of truths in that presser, was then sacked shortly after. Postecoglou lifts us the first European trophy in 41 years. What happens next?
Well, first of all, to answer your question, does it need to happen? I think it should. Yeah, as a club, you want a clear vision, and for them to just sort of say nothing and stay silent and let the media run rampant and spin whatever headlines. You know, the number of headlines I've read this past week that he's sacked already. I mean, just pure clickbait, and it's very frustrating. So I think that clarity is important. I really do think the board need to come out, even if it is going to say, you know, we're behind Ange, because then people know what the direction of the club is. We know where we're going. We know what to expect. And there's always been criticisms of Levy and the board that, you know, they don't communicate with fans. They sort of keep us in the dark. So, yeah, it matters. As to what happens next, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I think everyone else has said it's sort of 50-50. I don't know. I think actually it was, who was it? Justin was saying that he has a feeling that they'll keep Levy, they'll keep Ange, sorry, because Levy seems to have done something different. I think Ange was a different appointment, and I kind of get that sense too. It was sort of out of the blue. You know, we've tried these win now managers and it didn't work, and so Levy went in a different direction. And so I wonder if he really is sort of trying to do something different and get off of this managerial merry-go-round that we've been on. So I do wonder if that's kind of ultimately where we'll fall.
Do you think that's possible, though, Darren? Do you think Levy can change and actually give? It just seems weird. I know a lot of clubs from fans, you know, my friends I speak to, they're saying, I've heard Ange might be getting the sack. That's crazy. No other fans from other clubs that I know that are friends, not one of them has turned around and say, yeah, you should sack your manager. Is this only Spurs? Is it?
The other thing, though, Craig, also, if I may butt in here, is the fact that during the season when we'd lost, you know, we were going through that really bad spell of just keep losing every Premier League game. A lot of people thought that Daniel Levy may pull the plug then. So doesn't that answer your question in terms of, has he changed a little bit in giving a manager time? Because by lifting that Europa League, now, of course, we are in Champions League. And like I keep saying, and like I've said on previous shows as well, that Arsenal finishing second, they're in the Champions League. Spurs finished 17th. We're in the Champions League. And we've also had a parade, and we've also had the day and the week of our lives. So who has had the better season?
Yeah. What do you think, Darren?
Well, one thing I think we have to remember is that Ange has probably been sacked in every month since November, hasn't he? I mean, that's the headlines we've been reading. Oh, Ange is going to get sacked. Ange is going to get sacked. If we get knocked out of the League Cup, he's going to get sacked. If we get knocked out of the FA Cup, he's going to get sacked. So, I mean, this has been going on and on and on. As for can Levy change his spots? I don't know. I mean, I think he has to, doesn't he? Because at some point, he is the common denominator. He's overseen all of these managers that have come and gone, and he has not up to this point had a really what you could say successful stint being in charge of Spurs. So maybe that plays on his mind a little bit, where I really do have to deliver, otherwise my legacy is a legacy of failure. So that's kind of what I'm hoping.
Darren, last question for you. So at the start of next season, who will be the Spurs manager? Regardless of what we all want, who do you think will be the Spurs manager in the dugout next season?
Well, I go back to what I said earlier. I think it will be Ange, just because it's still a sort of an experiment a little bit. Ange is something different. And something different has happened under Ange. We've won a trophy, which has not happened under the previous, how many is it? 6 or 7 managers, however many it is. So I think that has got to count for a lot. And we know that under Ange, Spurs can play the kind of football that the fans want to see.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think, it's really almost impossible to call, and it is a 50-50, but I think Ange will come out on top.
Do you know what, Darren? In some of the comments here, they're like, "Oh, come on, Chris, stop going with your heart and all of this stuff." But you've just said it. Like, we've seen before what type of football and how entertaining Ange's style can be. We've now also seen that we can get over the line and win. So if you put those two together, and also you put some good transfer windows in, and also Ange said in the last couple of weeks in various press conferences that it is time now. We bought teenagers last window, and it is now time to go out and buy experienced players. I tell you what, when you put all of that together, all of those ingredients together, surely you're going to make the perfect cake and hopefully lift another trophy. But I'm a very much half glass full man, and I want to see the positives and everything. But I do feel like the board need to back the manager. And how many times have we said this about various different managers? But the guy has just delivered us success. So I really do believe that he does deserve that third season. And like Craig alluded to earlier, when if a new manager came in and didn't start the season well, then people would be moaning again. People are going to moan whatever. And I did say this before, the next time that Spurs won a trophy, it would probably be the wrong one, or it would be, some excuses that people would be moaning. And I'm not wrong, am I? Darren, thanks so much for joining us, and hopefully you can come back on another fan show in the near future. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, guys, for having me.
Thank you.
Cheers, Darren.
Right, we're now going to go all the way to Australia to see our friend Blake. Blake, how are you?
Oh, gents, top of the world still. How we doing? All good?
All good,
How
all
you
good.
doing?
All smiles, Blake. You must be buzzing still, because these last 10 days for us in England have been absolutely fantastic. How has it been for you in Australia? How has Australia taken to the news that Ange Postecoglou has delivered a trophy yet again at another club that he's gone to?
Oh, absolutely amazing feeling here down under, to be honest. I was at the Aqaba with Adrian Sato, channel regular, of course, Tottenham Believers. I believe he runs that page.
Yeah.
It was great. Like, we connected through this channel, and we caught up at the bar, and his brothers were there. My mate Justin was there. Shout out to Justin. He's probably getting up watching at stupid hours like I am. But honestly, the euphoria in that place, there was 200 people there. I would say probably of the 200, maybe 160 were Spurs fans, and it was just insane. Like, it was going off like a cut snake at full time, which was just absolutely unbelievable. So it was like we got up at all hours to watch that final, and I can tell you the euphoria was absolutely unbelievable. And we're 10 days down, and still feeling absolutely unbelievable. I remember emailing you, Chris, and just saying, like, how are you feeling? Like, it just must have been an unbelievable feeling to be there, and Craig to be at the stadium. I mean, it just would have been amazing. And yeah, what can I say? It's just, he's delivered in his second season as he said he would. It's almost like he tried to tell us all this time. Yes, it's an interesting situation unfolding too, I've got to say.
He is. He certainly is. And I know what you're going to say here, Blake, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Are you a bit miffed at all these reports? I mean, I don't know if they're reaching you in Australia. Obviously, you've got access to X and everything, but locally, are they reporting the same thing, that Ange could be on his way out?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Optus Sport is probably our main sort of football reporting body here. SEN sort of cover a little bit, which Chris has been on a few times. I would say it is reaching here to some degree, but I would say a lot of the noise is coming out of the UK. I can understand the speculation, but what I don't understand is delaying whichever way we go, right? Like, obviously, you know my stance on Ange. I think he's the right person to take us forward. I think the third season is going to be better than the second, as he alluded to at the parade. I just don't see, firstly, what happens if we wait any longer. I think clubs are already starting to make moves. The transfer window is open. If there's speculation around the manager taking place at the moment, how are you supposed to attract any top talent for Champions League football, which is what you need? And I think that instability is going to be a flow-on effect later in the window, because we're already behind the eight ball and we haven't made a decision yet, so to speak. But then secondly, if we're going a sideways move for a manager, and when I say sideways, I mean a mid-table to unproven manager a manager that hasn't won something before. So your Thomas Frank or your Marco Silva, all those kinds of managers. I feel like that's just a sideways move anyway, and I don't feel that would change anything. And I think it's just blowing it up and starting again. So we're kind of in a bit of a predicament here where a decision has to be made. The delay in decision being made probably hinders our chances of landing a big name. Leroy Sané's out there for the taking. Why are we not trying to make a deal happen right now? And why is he probably not pushing for anything to happen? Maybe it's because there is some uncertainty there about who the manager is going to be.
You would certainly hope, though, Blake, even though Ange Postecoglou is on holiday, and regardless of who the manager is next year, the club are still working on finding players. But I have said, certainly in the last week or so, that if you replace a manager now, especially after winning the Europa League and we're now going to be playing Champions League, etc., there's already reports out from Argentina stating that Romero want out of Tottenham if Ange leaves, and Romero is willing to stay if Ange gets that third season. And there will be kind of that fallout in the dressing room, I believe, that if Ange does leave. And the other thing is, which is pretty obvious, that if a new manager comes in, no matter who it is, they're going to go to the chairman and say, oh, actually, I'm going to need a new X, Y, and Z, because these guys don't actually fit into the system that I want to play. We've seen this in recent years under various different managers, that they bring their players in that want to play their system. And then, of course, they've then got to be sold. They've got to be replaced. They've got to, buying, selling, it goes on and on and on and goes round in circles. And then essentially the club goes round in circles. That is certainly not what we want.
No, it's not. We want stability. I think we are in the absolute box seat here to go and push forward. And in a way, we've actually fast-tracked our rebuild. In a way, obviously, his first season, we've gone over this so many times, but to finish fifth and lose someone that basically guarantees you Champions League football in Harry Kane, I think is an incredible achievement. Yeah, 22 defeats in the league, I know is unacceptable, and I think the way that the squad was structured didn't allow us to push on in all competitions anyway. I think he had to. He eventually, we were in January? We were still in 4 competitions, and at that point, with of course the massive injury cloud around the squad and the sickness that went through the squad over that 2-week period as well, you then have to make decisions on what you're going to push on for. And I think he made the right decision by going for Europa, because we ended up winning it. We got the best week of our lives as Spurs fans for God knows how long. So it's one of those things where we've got the opportunity to push on here. Champions League football has been given to us from 17th place, which is the most Spurs thing to happen ever. To be honest with you, it's that situation where you finish 17th, 22 losses in the league, but you qualify for Champions League football by winning a trophy. You can't make those things up. I think it's as you said, Chris. It's just that merry-go-round of they're doing the rinse and repeat, same thing over and over again with this management. 18 on average, 18 months, a new manager comes in. They get the players they want. Sometimes they don't get the players they want. Sometimes they get youth. Then all of a sudden, another manager comes in because the results aren't there. Then it's just the mismatch of players that the squad that makes up the squad. So many things over the last little while, basically since Poch's departure, has added such instability for this team. And I'd just like to see a situation where we stick with the project, regardless of what happens. If it starts off poorly with a new manager, I think we're going to be having the same discussion again. I really do. In 12 to 18 months' time, it would be, oh, well, this person's not good enough now. Let's get rid of him. Let's get on with the next one. And we've just become accustomed to that as Spurs fans, I feel, which is a real sad thing.
Yeah, I do agree with that. That would be my worry. Exactly my worry. Like if Frank or whoever came in and it didn't start very well, people would be, after 6-7 games, people would be saying, well, we shouldn't have sacked Ange. But then again, on the flip side, if he's not going well for Ange, people are going to say, no, I should have got rid of him in the summer. I think it's a safer bet. If I was on the board, I think Ange staying is a safer bet. Financially as well for the club. I know people don't like talking about money, but surely financially as well, because of the reasons Chris highlighted with getting in players, even backroom staff, clear outs and bringing people in who might. It affects everything. And just to be settled in anything in life, I think is nice. Is nice to have, and we haven't had that nice feeling as Spurs fans for years because it's a constant round and round and round. Look at Manchester City with Guardiola. He's been there years. Bit of stability. Ferguson, I know that I'm going back a bit in Old Trafford. Manchester United, obviously he was there for years. Klopp, when he was at Liverpool, you'd think Slot's going to be staying at Liverpool for many years. We're not going to talk about that mob down the road because, sod them.
No.
But, it kind of goes hand in glove, though, doesn't it? A bit of stability, get the, stick with somebody and it will reap its rewards over time. I think you're spot on what you said, Blake. We are ahead probably because we've won something. So give us a final thing, Blake. Give an impassioned plea to the Spurs board and anybody that's watching from Tottenham why we should keep Ange Postecoglou, because I know you're one of his number one fans.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think firstly, it touches on the points you just made. Stability is so important if we want to push on from here. Do we want to go to an unknown manager or someone that, they might have the Premier League credentials? Have they competed in Europe before? A couple of those haven't. I think we want stability at this point in time. If you think back to the Pochettino era too, I think that actually was an era of stability. We didn't win anything, but he was our manager for a very long time. We pushed on. We made a Champions League final. We made a cup final domestically. We were competing and we were finishing top 4 every year, which I think is the ambition. And obviously we do want to win things, and that's now happened. So we do want to be competing for trophies, and we want to be in all 4 competitions having a go. But I just feel that at the moment, change would completely dismantle the dressing room. You're hearing the reports, as Chris has pointed out, about Romero, about departing the club, of course, which would be a real sad thing to see. I think he's actually captain material. I think you give him the armband next season and let Son just be a role player in the team moving forward. That's probably his role moving forward. It just adds that layer of uncertainty, and we can't even do business if we're having this discussion about our manager. Daniel Levy just has to make a decision, and he has to make it quickly, because whether we stay with the manager or we go, we're hindering ourselves by not getting business done. The club's already out there making moves. So, look, I hope it's Ange. Of course, I hope it's Ange. If it's not, I will still be behind the team. I'll still be a Spurs man, of course. I just want to see some stability, and I want to see us really compete in the Champions League. I want to see us compete for trophies. That's my big play there, I reckon. But yeah, as always, gents, great to be on. I really appreciate it.
Blake, thank you so much. And you'll laugh at some of these comments coming in. There are hundreds and hundreds coming in, so please do keep them coming in. But there's one in particular comment saying that you're only supporting Ange Postecoglou because you're Australian as well. We've heard that and we've seen that one before. But of course, there is such a mixture of comments coming in. And I would literally say 50-50. 50% are behind Ange, 50% want him replaced. And there's a lot of comments in here. Almost slating Thomas Frank and Marco Silva and Doni Iriola. So, I don't know what people want. I really don't, because whatever Spurs do, they are going to get criticism for it. And I'll be honest with you, I can't call what Spurs are going to do. Nothing would surprise me anymore, whether Ange Postecoglou will be in that dugout for our first game of the season or that Super Cup game on the 13th of August. What game that's going to be against PSG? Playing Ange ball against PSG. That's going to be an interesting one. I don't know whether to look forward to it or hide behind the seat.
But what a way to start the next season as well, if we can get a result against PSG. 2 trophies.
Can you imagine?
A matter of months. Oh,
yeah.
It would just be insanity. I think the club at house would just about fall over, to be honest.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine it? Jed Spence or Pedro Porro masterclass against I can't even say his name. Kvaratskhelia, whatever his name. I thought a phenomenal player, by the way. I'd love watching him. But yeah. Absolutely. And that Desire Doué, I think Jed Spence played with him, was a teammate of him. And he put a very not cryptic, but a message out on Instagram about him, didn't he? And of course, we were linked with him as well. Wow, what a player.
Yeah, but that's an interesting point, though. I feel like whatever the board do, whatever happens next, a lot of people aren't going to be happy with it. Although a lot of people are calling for Ange Postecoglou to go. What's going to be next? And what I also want to ask a number of the other guests that are about to come on is, if Ange Postecoglou does go, what makes you think that someone like Thomas Frank, Marco Silva is going to do a better job? What is going to be different under these managers? It might be different in terms of league competition, but will they guide us to European success? Can they put a trophy in the cabinet? What makes you think that it's going to be different under a different manager? Blake, as per usual, thank you so much for all of your input. You've been great, and we'll get you on a lot more regular next season. We look forward to that.
Absolute legends. Thanks for having me. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, Blake. Speak to you soon.
Blake. Thank you.
Right, we're now going to go all the way to Ireland to talk to Noel. Noel, how are you?
Well, Chris. Well, Craig, how are you doing?
All good. Right. All good, Noel. You're still smiling. I tell you what, we've enjoyed the Europa League success, but what happens next, in your opinion?
Oh, big question, Chris. I think Daniel Levy, he must be a bit of a sadist in my view, because if I was in Ange's book, I would have wanted to know the next day, am I staying? Am I going? He lets the guy go on holiday. Now, if you were going on holiday, would you want to know you have a job when you're coming back or you're sacked? I personally would want to know. And if you're telling me that Ange Postecoglou is sitting somewhere on holiday, biting his fingers, waiting to know, is he sacked or is he gone? I don't think that's a very good situation. So silence is definite, Chris. I don't like it. I think, they are looking.
Have we lost now?
Than anybody else.
Oh, there we go.
I don't think Spurs are any different than anybody else. So I don't think it looks good, to be quite honest with you. And I think it would be a cruel end. And I personally think we should start the season with him. So really don't know what's happening. And as you always said, expect the unexpected, because I don't think anybody knows.
I don't know why. I mean, Chris, you might know why Birkinshaw left after the '84 UEFA Cup. Was that planned already, or was did that happen after the final, a bit like the Ange decision?
No, I think I think he had made the decision already, Craig. I think he actually said there used to be a football club over there, and I think it was the direction that it was going, and obviously they had. I think they become the first club to go to the stock exchange. Possibly. I mightn't be sure of the actual timing, but he didn't like the direction the club was going. So I think he walked of his own volition, and won the cup. So I don't know, Chris. I'm hoping that you can give me some guidance because all I can see is, Ange out, and now we need some stability. We're going into the Champions League. The transfer window opens today, and you saw the quality of the football that was played last night. What a performance from Paris Saint-Germain.
Yep.
And Arteta said that Arsenal were the best team in the competition. Well, I mean, you saw the best team last night, and if you have any aspirations, to compete at that level, you're certainly not going to do it with the squad that you have now. So you need stability. You need the manager, in my opinion, to stay and give him the opportunity to do it. He did what he said he would do. He said he would win a trophy. He got us actually into the final. He's got us Champions League football. I think he deserves the right to do it. But that silence is so definite, and I hope that they do it quickly. Whatever decision they make, they actually do it quickly, because you can't afford to be sitting around at the end of July looking for a manager. I think they should have told them the day after the day of the bus parade, down the high road. This is your job for next season. Go away and enjoy your holiday. But I'm not so sure that's what they've told him.
Yeah. Do you think there's going to be more of an outcry if he's sacked than if he stay? If they have a club come out and say Angie's staying now?
I think it's a 50-50, Craig. I think there's a very definite split. I think a lot of people, I think the 22 league defeats has, given us our taste. I actually think as well the 4-1 defeat by Brighton might have changed things a wee bit. The euphoria was there on the Thursday and Friday. The team came back, and obviously we're celebrating. And I didn't even watch the game afterwards. Wasn't even interested. But I think that was possibly part of it as well. So 50-50, Craig. I'm not really sure.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just say, a couple of the guys in the comments asked for a poll, Ange in or Ange out. I've just put a poll in the live stream on YouTube. It's been there for the last 5 minutes or so, and at the moment we've got Ange to stay at 69% and Ange to go at 31%. So we'll give you the result of this at the very end of the show, but do get your vote in. I've always said, actually, I hate that being boxed in. Being in a box of Ange in, Ange out. I've never been either. I've always wanted it to work. And of course, it has worked to a degree of us getting a European trophy. But what happens next? I'll tell you, no, I can't call it. I cannot call where this is going to end up. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Ange Postecoglou's in the dugout at the start of next season. But then again, I wouldn't be at all surprised if Spurs did make the change, because we've seen a number of decisions being made that have surprised a lot of people. But I can't call it. And at this stage, I don't think that Spurs even know what they're going to do. I don't think that Spurs have even made that decision. So all of these reports saying that Ange Postecoglou has been sacked, I think that they are wide of the mark, and I think it's nothing but poor journalism or guesswork, if I'm completely honest.
I personally think, Chris, there's a big summer ahead. So the manager, obviously, with the director of football, needs to get together now and decide on the squad for next season. We obviously are in a better position now to attract players. And I think actually, last season, we brought a couple of kids with nobody with any real experience. So the squad was never going to be strong enough for obviously the way the season went. And the injuries obviously took a big part. And I think you said it already. I think we played 61 games last season. You were never going to be, that squad was never going to do it. But 22 defeats is a bad indictment, and I think we need to get in now tomorrow, 2nd of June. Start deciding on your players, who's leaving. We already know who's leaving, but there's other players going to go out as well, and the other players that you're going to bring in, and I'm sure there's going to be some of the lone players, the like of Jamie Donnelly and maybe players like that, integrated into the first team squad. And if you look at the age of the squad that Paris had last night, I mean, their average age was 24, and they had no real superstars in the team. That's what impressed me more than anything. That if Mbappe and Neymar and Messi were there, they'd be standing, waiting for the ball to come. They wouldn't have put the shift in. So there's a lot of work to be done, and I think the work starts now. And hopefully, Ange is the man to do it. But with this definite silence, Chris, I'm not so sure.
That is very true, Noel. There is a lot of work to do, and I think that some people have taken me wrong by just sitting here saying, "Oh, we've won the Europa League, so everything's great." I don't feel like that. We've won the Europa League. I've felt on top of the world, but, and there is a big but here, 22 league defeats in the Premier League is not good enough, and that does need to be improved. And Ange Postecoglou does need to do a number of things for that third season. And I've already said as well that I believe that conversation, and you alluded to it, Noel, that conversation between him and Daniel Levy, you know, I feel like if you were the chairman of the football club, you would say to the manager, look, these 22 league defeats, you know, if you were here next year, what are you going to do about it? You know, how can we improve this situation? And I feel like that is a massive conversation to be had. It's interesting because Rich says here, paying nearly £1,500 to see us get battered every week at home is not on. Rich, I completely agree with you. And I did not enjoy any of those 22 league defeats. But I tell you what, when you have that success of the Europa League, I just feel like a manager deserves the chance to, you know, almost put that right and have a much better league season. And like Ange has said many times, we are better than that league position. We all know that. We are not we haven't got a squad that is 17th best in the Premier League. We all know that. You know, let's be realistic about it. David Lee writes here, I'll take a Champions League spot and a trophy for 17th every year. An interesting take. And I know a lot of people have come on and said the same thing. No, last question for you. What do you actually think, regardless of what we want, what do you actually think is going to happen? Who will be the Spurs manager next season?
Sorry, somebody's trying to ring me there. Sorry, Chris, say that again to me, please.
Who will be the Spurs manager next season, regardless of what you want? What do you actually think will happen?
I would go for Postecoglou. I hope that common sense will prevail at the end of the day, and that's all I can say.
And let me just say before you go, Noel, that the poll is 71% at the moment to stay. Noel, thanks so much for joining us, and thanks so much for joining us so many times this season.
Chris, you were fantastic. It was brilliant, and thank you very much. And we're all Spurs supporters. We all want the best for the club. And, you know, this has been, you know, a dream for us to win a trophy, and for, you know, likes of you and all the supporters, the genuine supporters, to be there on Friday last. But, you know, let's get the decision and do it quickly, and not be hanging around in a couple of weeks' time. And let's hope it's Ange.
No, thank you so much. We'll speak to you soon.
Thanks, Chris. See you, Craig.
Cheers.
Cheers, Noel.
Right. We're now going to go to Dennis. Dennis, evening. How are you?
Hi, Chris. Hi, Craig. How are you doing?
All good.
Hi, Dennis.
Dennis, how are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan? Has it sunk in yet that we've won the Europa League? And what do you make of all of these reports about Ange?
Yeah, it was a great day. 10 days ago? Didn't quite make it up to the celebrations at the stadium on the Friday, but had a good time. Really good time. About these reports on Ange, if I go back to the financial statement that Mr. Levy made, what was that, beginning of April? And he said, we're going to have to be smart in the transfer market. I think that was based on us not winning a trophy, not getting to Europe. Now that we got into Europe and he's got a get out of free jail card, very interesting how he thinks now. Does he take Ange on that journey with him? I'm not so sure. They've got the guy that was with the team from south of the river now that's coming in as CEO. Patrice is apparently going to be there as well. How much of a say are they going to have in any future keeping Ange on or getting a new manager? With the Champions League spot and the money that they will get from that, are they going to invest with Ange or not? It's a hard one. I'd like to think that they are going to come out very soon, as the last guest just said, and say what's happening, because silence is deafening. It definitely is a silence and it's deafening. I don't know what you guys think, but I've got a sneaky feeling that he's going to go.
Dennis, the main remit of the club is European football, specifically Champions League, right? That's the holy grail. Ange has given Daniel Levy in his lap Champions League football. So
Correct.
why should Ange Postecoglou get sacked just because the league position is down?
I did put a comment on earlier when I couldn't get into the studio, and I've been going for 44 years. That was possibly the worst Premier League or Division 1 I've seen. Winning a trophy is fantastic. Don't get me wrong. I can't go through another. If you said to me, Chris, Craig, Dennis, we're going to lose another 22 games, but we're going to win the FA Cup and even the League Cup, no, don't want it. I want to see. My holy grail is to win the Premier League. I don't want to see what happens or see another 22 games. However, as Chris, you said, Daniel Levy has got to sit down with, or may have done already, saying 22 games is not acceptable. Are you going to change your way you play? Because there are many games, I'm sure, Chris, Craig, you must have seen it, that 5 minutes ago, we're 1-0 up and we got 3 players playing up front, 2 wingers, Son, Johnson, and they're just standing at the front there and we're screaming, you've got to get behind the ball. You've got to adjust, in games like that. And he didn't want to do it. He just had a stubborn streak in him. He's got to be told, no, you've got to play this way or you've got to change that way. I just think he's too stubborn to change. I really do.
But we've seen him change though, Dennis. We've seen him change in these European games, and he's come out and said himself that he changes for knockout football. So would you like to see that style in the Premier League? Do you think we will see it? Because surely if you were the chairman, you sat down with Postecoglou and said, look, these 22 league defeats are not good enough. Postecoglou, I've no doubt, will say, okay, yeah, we play differently in the Premier League, but of course we need different players, we need better players. And let's face it, and let's be honest and realistic about it, we do need better quality players to play Champions League football, because when you look at that game, PSG tearing Inter Milan apart. I know I'm talking about the best team in Europe right now in PSG, but these are the types of teams that you play against in the Champions League. And, no disrespect to the Europa League at all, because we are the winners of it. But the teams in Champions League football are elite, and they will tear you apart if you have an off game or an off 10, 20, 30 minutes of a match, because we need to be, on top of our game all the time. So this transfer window, and I say this about transfer windows all the time, it's so important. The club need to, back the manager, whoever it is, heavily in this transfer window. So regardless of whether it is Ange or not, we need to go big in this window. And Ange has said himself, we need experienced players. How many of us, I was called negative, and I don't feel like I'm a negative Spurs fan. I was called negative after the summer transfer window because I come out and said, I don't feel like we've done enough in the window in terms of experience. Well, hello, we've all found that out, that we needed experience.
But there's a common denominator there, isn't there, Chris?
And it's not, and I'm not one of those guys to say, I told you so. Far from it. I'm a realist. And I think that sometimes you need to be realistic about what you need.
Correct. So, but we do need, in every position, I think we need a quality player extra. That's what we got at the moment.
Yeah.
Do you trust Daniel Levy to do that? Does he trust to put that money into these players and have Ange Postecoglou as the manager to fulfill or to grow the team, to get up to the level, hopefully in a few years, to PSG or Barcelona? I mean, Barcelona are the team that is coming through as well. Do you trust Daniel Levy to give at last the managers that we've had over all the years, give the money and give the players that they have yearned year in, year out? That is my problem. Let's put it another way. If they went from Inzaghi into Milan, for argument, just a player, just a name, he would demand certain players.
Yeah.
Do you think Ange is demanding certain players? Do you think he's got the ability to, not the ability, has he got the how do you put it, that he's high enough to demand these players, whereas an Inzaghi might say, "I'll come. You've got to get X, Y, Z."
It's not just about him, though, Dennis. It's about a team of people, because gone are the days of a manager just demanding what they want and it's just all about them. It's about a whole team of people. It's about the recruitment team, the director of football, etc. It's not just Ange saying, we want him and we must get X, Y, and Z. It's about the whole team of people working together. And that's why I say, regardless of whether Ange Postecoglou will be the manager, I've absolutely no doubt that the recruitment team are working on getting deals over the line. I feel like it's different in modern day football now to what it was many, many years ago, where the manager was physically in charge of everything, making all the calls and all of the demands and getting those deals over the line as well. It's completely different nowadays.
Yeah, I agree. So I'll ask you another question then. If you could get 3 players in, which 3 players would you have?
Craig, do you want to go first?
Oh,
I know exactly who you're going to say. Okay. Eze would be on Craig and mine list, 100%.
And me as well.
Mark Gay, I would say, but apparently, from the Times today, apparently he doesn't want to sign for us. But I'm going to keep this as a very generic answer, Dennis. I feel like we need to improve in every single area on the pitch. When you are playing Champions League football, and I can't say this enough times, when you're playing Champions League football, that squad has to be an elite squad. That squad has to, if you want to compete for it. If you want to just go into the Champions League and make the numbers up, then go for it. Just keep the squad we've got. If you want to actually go and compete and have a chance of going far in the competition, and perhaps even trying to win the competition, then we need to improve in every single area on the pitch, and you virtually need 2 teams. So, if the likes of Mickey van der Ven, and we've seen this season, Mickey van der Ven, Romero, they go out the team, you bring in players like Kevin Danso, who I actually think that Kevin Danso has had a decent season for us in his first year, but the quality difference is so much less. So in terms of quality bringing in, it has to happen when you're playing in Champions League. And not only that, we have seen, I think it was, if I remember the stat correctly, I think it was 6 home games after an international break. We lost every single one of them. Every single, sorry, not an international break, a European game. So a Europa League game, when we played after a European game, we lost all 6 of those home games. So it's obvious that takes it out of you, or takes it out of this set of players. And that's why you need a complete freshness of these players coming in and being at the same level. And Ange has said that many times, that he's had to make so many changes because he's put everything into the Europa League. Craig, have you got the 3 players, or do you just agree with me in general that we need to improve throughout?
I just want to say, no, I do agree. Eze is definitely one of them. I've spoken about it for the last few transfer windows on here. People are probably sick of me saying it, but it has to be ready now. Premier League proven players, or at least players that have been there, done that. I would say, 25 age, 20, if you're talking age 25 to 29, something like that, that are experienced around the block, been there, done it, rather than, I'm all for bringing youth through and the Archie Grays and Bergvales of this world. I mean, Bergvale's been a sensation, but
yeah.
The old adage, you can't win things with kids. I think that's true of this Spurs squad. They need some more experience and some more leaders, and that's the sort of player we need to target this summer transfer window. But can you do it without a manager before you know what your manager is? That's what I would say. And I think everybody's on the same page with this. We need to know very, very, very quickly who our manager is going to be.
Yeah.
Agreed there. Yeah, that is very true, Craig. I mean, as I said earlier when I started, the silence, and other guests have said it, the silence is deafening, and it's a shame. I just hope that whichever way it goes, that this week we know for definitely what's happening. Whether we sign anyone in this short little period of the transfer window, or wait till after that World Club competition, I don't know.
Dennis, I love people like you coming on. I could literally talk to you all day about Tottenham. So you have to come back on another show very soon.
I will do, Chris, and I've got to meet you one day at the stadium. I can't remember which block are you in. Block 102. No,
we quite often meet at 104 to have drinks with a lot of the podcast regulars. So yeah, so we'll happily meet you there for a beer. Yeah, no problem. Lovely. At the start of next season.
Love to speak to you, Chris. Thank you, Craig.
Cheers, Dennis. Speak to you soon.
Cheers.
Bye.
Right, now let's go to Charlie. Charlie, nice to have you back with us. How are you?
Hi, Chris. I'm good, thanks. Craig, good, thanks. How are you?
Very good, very good. Charlie, how are you feeling about everything right now as a Spurs fan? Because, of course, we lifted our first trophy in 17 years. Of course, the last time we won a trophy, you weren't even born. And how are you feeling about Ange Postecoglou right now?
I mean, when we won the Europa League, I was in the garden with my dad and my dad's friend and my friend, and we won, and we were jumping. Yeah, we done it! And yeah, it was honestly one of the greatest moments of my life. I loved it so much. You know, seeing Son lift the trophy, he deserves it. You know, I love Son. You know, since I've been watching, as long as I can remember, Sonny's been there. So I love him. And last time I came on it, I think I said, he has to go. We're losing to Leicester, we're losing to Everton. And that isn't acceptable. That is not acceptable for a club like Tottenham. But we won a trophy, all right? At the start of the season, I have a question for you, Chris. What were the targets?
What were the targets? The targets were probably to finish the season better than we did before. So the first season we finished 5th. So the target was probably top 4, as it normally is at Spurs. And it normally is putting a trophy in the cabinet, which we haven't had in such a long time. So, Charlie, you've probably heard me say a number of times, if I'd have said to you when Ange Postecoglou walked in the door, you know, we lose Harry Kane, the first season we finished 5th, and then the second season we win a trophy, I think a lot of people would have taken that, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and as I said about the targets were top 4 and to win a trophy. Top 4, what does that achieve you? That achieves you Champions League football. What does the Europa League achieve you? Champions League football. So targets will qualify for the Champions League and win a trophy. Ange has done that. So anyone slating him, you know, they've got to have a good look at themselves and say, you know, he's won a trophy, he's qualified for top 4, let's give him another chance. You know, 17th is not good enough. It is not good enough at all. But I believe in Ange now. And, you know, everyone keeps talking about, we sacked Mourinho before a cup final.
Hold on, Charlie. So you're going to be one of the most mature people on this stream to actually say, I hold my hands up, I got it wrong.
Yeah, no, I hold my hands up. I got it wrong. Ange has done a spectacular job. We're in the Premier League next year, as crazy as that is to say. And you know, we shouldn't even be talking about relegation. We're in the Champions League and we won the Europa League. Like, what can go wrong? People keep saying we sacked Mourinho for a cup final. We're going to sack Ange for the Super Cup final. But I mean, come on, we can't sack him. He's won a trophy. Pochettino couldn't do it. Conte couldn't do it. Mourinho couldn't do it. None of them could do it. Ange has to stay.
I agree, Charlie, absolutely, and commend you for saying that you're wrong, because a lot of people aren't big enough to say that they were wrong when they've actually nailed their colours to the mast and said, you know, they want Ange out. So absolutely. What do you think is going through Daniel Levy's mind at the moment, Charlie? Do you think the board have already decided and we just don't know it, or do you think, as Chris says, they genuinely probably don't know what to do and there's some difficult decisions to be made?
I think he's thinking about how he can make the most money. And that's it. You know, that's all that goes through his mind. But no, on a serious one, I think I look at the end of the Europa League final and Levy and Ange, they, you know, have a nice moment together. And after the game, he done a message to fans in some sort of building, and he said, I want to thank Ange. You know, when I saw that, I immediately thought, Ange is staying, and that's good because he won a trophy. And today, I saw a report from the Football Insider, Ange is going to be sacked. I can't understand it, but I'm consistently speaking to my granddad about it. My granddad loves Ange. You know, I have a YouTube channel, I speak to him in it a lot, and he says, you know, I'd keep Ange even if he went to the Championship. I don't know if I'm that much Ange in, but I love him, and I think he's done an amazing job. you know, we saw his football at the start of last season. Let's keep him on.
Charlie, talk to me about your YouTube channel. How's that going? What can people expect from it?
Well, I said last time, sort of, I don't want to go into it too much because I love talking about Tottenham. You know, I wake up in the morning now and I just think we are European champions. But no.
Sorry, say that again. Say that again.
We are European champions.
Love it.
Yeah, it's going well. Be helpful if you could all subscribe if you're watching. But yeah, I love it. You know, I've got all the equipment now. I'm currently using a DJI Osmo to hold my camera. So yeah, going well.
Very good. Very good. Everybody needs to subscribe to Charlie's channel.
And that is about, if Ange does go, who needs to come in? There is not many options. However, I've been looking, you know, I've been looking at who the odds are, and the odds are all Thomas Frank.
Yep.
Thomas Frank will be another Nuno. And my friend's a Brentford fan, and he loves him. But I look at that and I think, it comes to someone like Tottenham, he will fail. He's not. I'm sorry. I don't like his football. I don't like Thomas Frank. I'm sorry. I don't like Marco Silva. And to be honest, I used to like Iola's ball. I don't like it anymore because I look at Bournemouth in the second half of the season. It's been a disaster. So I've been looking and looking. Inzaghi. I don't want him, but if we got him, I wouldn't really complain because taking it to a Champions League final. But yeah, good coach, ready for Tottenham. But are we ready to go for a whole other rebuild where we're like, right, he has to go, he has to go, he has to go, he has to go, he has to go. All the players Ange put in, another 5 years, it's going to be cut off after 2 years. I don't think we're ready for that. We need someone to come in who is capable of dealing with these players if Ange does go, which shouldn't happen. I cannot express that enough. So I've been looking who's available. There's Xavi, Edin Terzic. They're going to be back up too. But I found one that no one is talking about. Sergio Conceição. He's just been sacked by AC Milan, who won a trophy this season, may I say. He did win a trophy this season, Sergio Conceição, the Italian Super Cup. He plays a similar system to Ange, and I think he could do well at Tottenham. I personally prefer Ange to say, and if Pochettino could come in, it's a whole new story. You know, then I'm probably going to be Ange out because I think Pochettino, he never deserved to be sacked. But yeah, I think Conceição, people need to talk about him. He is actually a top coach, I think. And, you know, AC Milan, I look at them and I look at the points ratio they got under Sergio Conceição. And then I compare it to Eddie Howe at Newcastle, who we can all agree has done a fantastic job. This season, their points ratio from when Conceição joined AC Milan has been the exact same. 1.7 points per game. Would you take Eddie Howe at Tottenham? I'm pretty sure everyone would say yes. So I look at him as a target we need to focus on a bit. But Ange has to stay, and that's the bottom line.
Charlie, you're getting so much love in the comments right now. I think a lot of people will be subscribing. And I actually think I'm going to make a transfer myself. I'm going to transfer you in and get rid of Craig. What do you reckon?
I like Craig. I think, honestly, Craig is probably the best co-host you could ever ask for.
Thank you, Charlie.
How much did he pay you to say that?
Am I better than Chris, Charlie? Be honest. Come on.
Well, I mean, Chris is, you know, he's the top.
Top man.
He is.
Top man.
He is.
Well, Charlie, you're very welcome on any time. And just before you do go, tell everyone about your channel and what's it called and when's the next video coming out.
Well, no, I've put it just here, Charlie Pisani. I do match day vlogs. I go to all the games. I'm a season ticket holder, and I upload. I'm on the train. I interview people, and yeah, we talk Tottenham. You know, you see my goal reactions. You know, it's funny, it's enjoyable. I'm sure everyone would like it. And one last thing before I go, thank you so much for having me on the show. Last time, Craig, you asked me 3 players I'd like to sign. And I didn't really answer it very well. I said Sabitzer. What sort of answer is that? But the targets we're in for, the names I'm hearing, Eze, Simmons, Sane. Is there any more? I think they're the top 3. But there's one more, I think, in January. Chris, you probably know who he is because you've got very good knowledge. Maxime Steve for Burnley, a left-sided centre-back. Now, I'm going with FIFA career mode with Tottenham. I think I've sold about 20 players because I don't like many of them. Like Radu Dragusin, I'm sorry, I don't think he's good enough for Premier League. I think someone like Italy, oh, you're looking at one of the best centre-backs in the world there. But in England, it's not going to work out. It's like Darren Sanchez. Look at Galatasaray. They love him. Tottenham didn't work out. But
Yeah.
I think Simmons, you know, why is no one talking about this? Oh, he's not Premier League proven. He lights up the Bundesliga game after game. We need to get him. Eze, do I need to say anything? I don't think I do. Sane, you know, I love Johnson. I think he's a legend. After that goal, I think Sane is better than him. Come on, let's be fair. And then the name I'm not hearing about, but I reckon we're going to end up with him. Maxime Steve, a left-sided centre-back. He's not that slow. I'd like to see him at Tottenham. I think he is a really good centre-back. And I look at the way they defend in the Championship, Burnley. I'd love a player like that in our team.
I can't see that one happening. I'll be honest, Charlie, but I'd love the other three. Although Sane now looks like he's going to stay at Bayern Munich, but yeah, perhaps we ought to give you a little role on here, and perhaps you ought to do some transfer videos for us, because I think you present better than I do. It'd be great. We'll be in touch.
All right, yeah. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Charlie. Speak to you soon. Good luck with your channel.
Bye.
Cheers.
Bye. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Charlie.
Wow. This is YouTube of the future. This is Charlie. Absolutely brilliant. Subscribe to his channel. Right. We're now going to go to Colin. Colin, evening. How are you?
I'm great, Chris. How are you? Hi, Craig.
Colin, I am still on a high. I am still smiling, and I still feel very emotional about us winning the Europa League. Of course, us Spurs fans don't get a great deal of time to enjoy things, because people want to kind of bring us down or kind of want us, just to, be miserable about something. And now all of this news about Ange Postecoglou and Tottenham's future, etc., etc. Where do you stand on it? How are you feeling about it? And would you like Ange to get that third season?
I think I'm feeling like everybody else, confused, because I'll give you two numbers, 22-1. So 22 losses in the Premier League and a cup final, right? So where does that leave us? And it's confusing, and I think that's why we keep talking about it, because we don't know what's going to happen. But I don't know why we haven't heard anything yet. If Daniel Levy wanted to keep him, I think we'd know by now. And I think we become suspicious of motivations, because it's obviously, if the answer is not yes yet, then we're still considering other options, and we might be actively we're obviously actively talking with representatives for other options. But the options that have come to the top, as someone has said on your channel, as opposed to Glasner winning the FA Cup, and Glasner's not leaving, none of the options are a guaranteed upgrade.
Yeah.
So practically speaking, we switch the manager now, and it's all about the transfer window right now. And anything that muddies the waters as to how we're going to operate within the transfer window, and changing a coach will 100% alter that process. And you made an excellent point saying that, we've got an acquisitions team that continues to work and so on. But I think it muddies the water a little bit. And I'm a little bit leery and wary of why it's taking us so long to make that announcement. There's nothing delaying the announcement other than looking for somebody else.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I've said something very similar. If the club could so easily come out and say, look, to end all the speculation, Ange will be head coach next year or manager next year, whatever. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So they're clearly considering their options. What if he is gone, Colin? Who would you want to see come in as manager?
Well,
can I add to that, Colin? Who is an upgrade? Because you just mentioned that word, an upgrade. Who is an upgrade? Because is someone like Thomas Frank or Marco Silva, are they upgrades to Ange Postecoglou?
Their record in the EPL does not show that they are. No. I mean, it's all speculative. They're going to be better. They've done a good job with their club. Don't ever put me on after that kid again, Chris, because he was so amazing. But, he makes a good point in that Now, the playing style and stuff of those coaches, it's all speculative as to whether they're going to be better than Ange Postecoglou. But the intriguing thing is the jury's still out on Ange. I mean, I feel great after the Europa win, because if we didn't have that, we'd have the worst season since I've ever started cheering for Tottenham. But at the same time, I guess a couple of people ago said, that it's unacceptable to lose 22 games in the EPL, and we all agree that's true. So I don't know if there's anyone obviously that's going to come in and do a better job that's not going to take another 2 or 3 years, which we're already engaged in that process. I don't know who the person would be. It's not Thomas Frank. It's not Fulham's manager, and it's not the Bournemouth manager. As Chris, the young man, pointed out before, the second half of their season was nothing like the first half of their season. They really plateaued and kind of leveled out.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
It does happen, though, doesn't it? Because look at Nuno. Everybody was saying, Forest were in prime position to get Champions League football, and they dropped off, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Great job by Nuno. You have to say,
yes.
But they drifted away, and as you say, the Bournemouth injuries were huge last season because of the way they play their football. I don't think any of those managers, Chris, are upgrades on Ange. I'll be honest. I don't think they are. And I haven't actually got an answer for you when you're saying about the managers that you'd want to see at Tottenham. The only one for me would be Pochettino, to be fair. But he ain't coming back in the summer. But let's not even get into that conversation.
I wondered when his name would come up, and it's taken just over an hour and a half of this stream for Poch's name to come up. I didn't think it would be you, Craig, to mention him. But Colin, now Craig has mentioned Pochettino. What do people want? Pochettino to come back, and then we sack Ange, for delivering us a trophy. It seems madness. And I'm a big Pochettino fan, I might add.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I don't like the way I don't like his comments during the season about wanting to come back to Tottenham at some time. I didn't like that. I thought it was, I'll just leave it at that. I didn't like it. And what position were we in when Pochettino left?
I think it was 12th.
12th, right? I don't get it. I don't know. I don't know what the personal feelings aside. I just don't know. That to me seems like going backwards. We've done that before, and I don't see the support for how that would be better. So I don't see that he did. I could be wrong, but I don't see that he did great at PSG. I don't think maybe managing those 3 guys was difficult, but I never liked their playing style. I didn't like their attitude on the pitch. And he's sort of in limbo now with the US team, and that wasn't going well a couple of months ago. So I don't know. I'm not sold on that idea at all, quite honestly. I hope it gets me some bad comments, but I'm not.
How old is the USA national team doing, Colin? I'm guessing you've sorry if you're Canadian.
No, Colin's in Canada.
Yeah, no, but we get all those the tournaments and stuff. The names will escape me right now, but weren't they playing for a bronze medal in the last South American tournament? I forget what it's called. It's and they really played poorly in that 4th game, and he was getting a lot of stick in the media, and the morale in the team seemed very low and disorganized. It didn't look like Luis Enriquez and PSG. Let's put it that way. The team did not look inspired, and they did not look. It didn't seem to be going well. I haven't really kept track. We hate the United States up here, as you now know. So
he's been in touch with the USA for 8 games. He's won 5 and he's lost 3.
Right.
So he's got a win percent record of 62.5%. But I don't know. I just think that whoever's name is coming out at the moment, I'm not thinking that any of them are an upgrade to Ange Postecoglou. No. And to be honest with Colin, I think that it's quite disrespectful that a manager has just delivered us a European trophy, and yet everyone just wants to go on that bandwagon of let's just get rid of this guy that has just given us this success. And as I keep banging on about, I know the 22 league defeats, none of us wanted 22 league defeats, certainly in the manner. I just feel like if the squad was better, and if we do have a better window, like Andrew said many times, our squad isn't the 17th best squad in the Premier League. It is far better than that. Yes, a lot of things need to change. Ange needs to adapt a little bit. Better players coming in, The injury record needs to be, so much better. It was a freak season, if you like, if that's the right term. This season with injuries, it was absolutely mental and crazy, the amount of injuries that we had. But I just feel like the mentality side of things has improved a little bit. And I know that there is a media narrative, certainly, that, media hate that Spurs do well and lift in trophies. And, a lot of people wanted Tottenham to lose that game. They would have much rather Manchester United win the game, because Spurs seem to have got, we will get that Spursy tag removed from us, which is great to see. And Ange Postecoglou has done that. I just feel there is a lot of disrespect. And it's funny, it's not just me saying that. When I look at the poll right now that I've put on YouTube, we are at 72% Ange to stay, 72%. And these are the fans talking.
Yes. It just makes, I don't know. I'm of two minds. I think back to games where we were abysmal in the league. And I just scratching my head, watching and not understanding, because it's not that people aren't motivated. The idea that professional athletes go out there and don't try to win is absurd. If the three of us sat down to play cards, we'd be dying to beat one another, right? I mean, people are competitive by nature. I think these guys are the most competitive people in the world. But then you watch and you think, why are we so flat? Look at PSG yesterday, and just how the game plan was so succinct, and they played such a great style. They were playing a different game from the Italian club, and I'm not 100% sold on him, but I think it makes no sense to get rid of him right now. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
And I want to give him a chance, because if he's won a trophy, give him a chance to move forward and build the club through the transfer window, build a club that can compete in the Champions League, and then we'll see where we're at. It's not going to make us any better, I don't think, to get some of the names in here at this time. I don't think it's going to make the bottom line. I don't think it's going to make a big impact on the bottom line of this season, say by Christmas of next year, of 2025.
Colin, thank you as always for joining us, and thank you so much for all of your input during the season. And we look forward to talking to you again very soon.
I have to say before I go, you guys run such a great channel, because the vibe is so great. And it's just such a pleasure to watch, and such an honor to be on. And I want to thank you very much for doing such a great job. And I hope to talk to you again.
Thank you so much for your kind words.
Okay,
Thanks,
guys.
Colin. Cheers.
Thanks, Craig.
Thank you.
Chris. Cheers.
Now, thank you to Colin. And I know a lot of people think that we are a positive channel. I don't think there's anything such as just a positive channel. I feel like we are a realistic channel, and this is why we give the chance for every single Spurs fan. It don't matter where you are in the world, come on, talk to us about how you feel. And at the moment, as I said, this poll is at 72% Ange to stay, Ange to go 28%. I can see, and I do try to read every single comment that comes in, but when I'm sitting here trying to listen to what Craig's saying and trying to listen to what the guest is saying, the comments sometimes are going so fast, and I do try and read every single one of them like this, and you probably see my head looking down a lot of the time. But there are a lot of people moaning and commenting about Ange Postecoglou, about those 22 league defeats. I get it. I understand. I completely agree. Weren't good enough. But, try and give us an answer. So if Ange Postecoglou was to go tomorrow, Daniel Levy sacks him and he does go, give us the answer. What next? I feel like some people just like to have a little bit of a whinge and a moan about, how terrible things are, and just say all of the negatives. But sometimes in life, you've got to be, balanced and look at the positives as well. We are, Europa League winners. We have just won a trophy. We have just been successful in a cup competition, and it doesn't happen year in, year out, as we all know as Spurs fans. But if you are unhappy and you want Ange Postecoglou to go, then give us the answer. What do you think? Is Thomas Frank a better manager? Is he going to do a better job? Andoni Iraola, can he do a better job? Can he get better league results out of this squad right now? Can they get better players in? Can they attract better players from the names that they are? Or is it best to stick with Ange? Let me know in the comments. And as I say, and I'll remind everyone again, you can come on, talk to us about Spurs. You can either give us questions, we can question you, or you can just come on and have a rant about whatever you want. tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com. Now, the next guest we're going to get on is G from Brazil. G, we know how outspoken you are about Tottenham, but we know also how you have backed Ange Postecoglou the whole season, and you always told us, and I've got goosebumps, by the way, saying this, you always told us that Ange would be successful at Tottenham, didn't you?
I did. I looked you in the eye. Do you remember, Chris? And I told you, trophies coming and you're going to be happy. That was my words. You're going to be happy. I knew this is there. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. It's why I haven't been on since about that time, because we had a problem. There's a lot of context to where we were, the reasons why we were, and nothing was going to change. We was fighting against time, really. It was in a catch-22. We didn't have the players to compete, and we're trying to get those back ready to compete into the Europa. So nothing really was changing, there was nothing really for me to add to that either. But I knew it was going to come. Even before the game, I think when we played in Norway, before we got to Norway, I was so certain we had that cup. That actually, when we won it, I wasn't surprised one little bit, which is, I know, a bit mad, but it really was like that, So now I'm on this crest of a wave. I'm answering the phone every time is "Hello, champions" here, which is peeing off a lot of my mates. They don't really want to talk to me anymore. There's schooners out there and whatever. They've just had enough of it already. But I've been so happy.
Is there any particular songs you're going around the house singing? Because I've got to admit, exactly, the Johnson again. I can't stop singing it around the house. I'm doing everyone's head in.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's on rewind all the time. It's just going and going and going. Actually, one of the reasons I wanted to come on here, Chris, actually was to talk about this. I find it absolutely bizarre that we're actually even having a conversation about losing Ange Postecoglou. I think it's absolutely bizarre. I really do. For all the things you've said, I can't really say too much else, because the lad was fantastic, by the way. The boy that was just on just a minute ago, absolutely fantastic.
Charlie, yeah.
And I agree with what people say, in general. But I did actually want to come on here and say, Chris and Craig, thank you so much you don't understand the content that you've brought and how good it is. I'm getting so much from you all the way out here in Brazil. It's unreal. I've had. Every time I want to find something out, you're my go-to place. I mean, I saw the parade through the Tottenham website and whatever. That's okay, but I'll put it to you this way, right? When I watched the game here, the feed cut just before they were lifting the trophy. I was scrambling around trying to find anything that you was putting out there from live. You know what I mean? And so I just wanted to say thanks to you guys. I know a lot of people saying it, but it is absolutely true. You bring us such good content, and the people you have here are fantastic, So I just wanted to say thank you that although I haven't been here, I've been here. I've been watching you guys and what you say, and it's been absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You've really guided me all the way through it, and I've enjoyed it immensely. It's just a shame I couldn't be there as well, because I've got a tour coming up, but it's not right now. It's in 24 days it starts. So it was the wrong kind of time for me. I'm hoping I want to go out there and see us play against PSG, because I will be there. I'll be around then anyway. So I would love to go along and see that. I think it's interesting, going now onto the question about Ange and about everything. If he's not being backed, there's nobody who's going to be backed. If Ange is not going, if you can't win a trophy in your second year, get us into a trophy situation where we could win, like in the top half of the table, into the Europa League situation after your first year, and in your second year deliver a trophy in Champions League, ticking all the boxes of everything you want. I don't think there's anybody out there that, if Levy's not going to back him, there's nobody who's going to back. We know what he's done before. We know he's very volatile in what he does. It's crazy. He's sacking managers before cup games, not signing anyone for the longest amount of time ever. And with Poch, there's no telling what he's going to do in that. So I can't even be drawn that way into how can I put it? I don't even want to think about what would happen to us as now. We're on this, you know. You have to put our league position as not an excuse. This is never been an excuse from me. It's always been about context. You know, that we were short of a lot of very prominent players from our first team, 11 players out, 3.6 games, 6 days between games, 60 games in a season. Do you know what I mean? He did it in the first season, so why didn't he do it in this season? Of course he didn't, because we were in the Europa League and we was in the other cups, and we got a trophy out of it. That's the way I look at it. And for people to be saying Ange out and all the rest of it, I get that. You know, a lot of people, they played their cards. Unfortunately, when you play a card like that, it's very difficult, unless you're man enough, like the lad who was on it just a little while ago, to say, oh, you know what, I'm wrong. It was this way, you know. And I've not been either way. I just want to give everybody a chance. Even the managers I'd never really wanted at the club for certain reasons. Like I never wanted Jose because I felt he was so Chelsea, and I really got a big bugbear against Chelsea. It's just my own stupid thing, but I really can't stand Chelsea the same as I can't stand Arsenal. So it would be the same if we had Arteta, you know. But even then, I was okay. Just give it a go, see what happens. You know, football was terrible. But post Kane, no forward for a whole season, his first season. He comes into this player's injury after injury after injury and all the rest of it. And then you look at last night, that game, PSG, and then you've got to set that as the standard. And you look at it like 220 million they've just spent, right? Versus Inter spent 7. Of course they're going to get annihilated. And it's not about the money you're spending, it's about on the right players, it's true. But we have to do that first. And I think we have to give this guy the time. If it could be anybody, but whoever's done it, whoever's got us that trophy has to be there. I don't see anyone else that's being named as being a trophy winner so far either. Where's that coming from? We're going to go back again if that happens. So I can't even entertain that idea. It would be horrible to even think that this guy's going to go because Levy can't be bothered to back again, or he's going back. And I used to be like, not Levy out of the club. I've always been Levy, leave the football alone. You're not a football man. You've never played the game. You've never managed it. You've never been in any capacity. You was never a boot boy or anything in it. You're a money man. You've served the club very well by putting us into a situation where we've got great training facilities, got a great stadium, and everybody's really happy in this context. But I think as far as Levy goes, you've got to leave the playing side alone, leave it to professionals. And I thought he was doing that this year. And I still think maybe he is, because he's not done what he normally does. If he was to sack Ange, I'm just hoping this is the fact. If he was to sack Ange, wouldn't it have been just before that Champions League, before the Europa League final? You know what I mean? Like, given his track record, you know. I don't know. But that's really it for me. That's all I wanted to run by. You know, I've got nothing else to add on that. I just find it absurd and bizarre that we're actually having this conversation. You know, really.
No, you made some good points there, G. I will ask you one more question before you go, though. Do you think? Yes, I mean, it's very interesting what you said, because if you think about it, you can only win 4 trophies a year, right? And the Premier League's probably a stretch too far for us at the moment, so that narrows it down to 3. And we've, you know, so that we're talking fine margins, narrow margins. You got to have a bit of luck along the way, and Ange has delivered one of those. And it just goes to show, by the names you've reeled off, by the names we've talked about, how difficult it is to win a trophy, you know? And do you feel that any manager coming in would be a downgrade on Postecoglou?
It would. Depends who it would be. But do we really think there's a manager out there who wants to come here? I mean, Ange was a lucky break for Levy. We had a long time between Ange. Yet again, we had before that, it was like 3 months, wasn't there? Between, I don't know, we seem to go forever without no plan of action. It's just like, oh, sack him. He's done 1 year. That's it. 1 season, he's gone, you know. So,
we once went 72 days without a manager.
You see what I'm saying, Chris? These things are bizarre without a manager, not signing a player for over 1.5 years. All these things are very weird, aren't they, for us, for any football team to go through this, you know? And I just don't see, Craig, in answer to your question, I suppose, unless even serial winners, I mean, you could say we could upgrade to somebody who's won like a Pep or someone like this, obviously, you know what I mean? There's serial winners or whatever, you know, but we've had serial winners. So And would they come here, really? I can't see it, knowing that they're only going to get maybe one season at most with the players that they've got, and they won't get anybody else because Levy's got a really bad track record. This is his one chance, and I've given him that chance this season. This is the first season first 2 seasons, I thought he's actually giving the manager what he wants. Gray came into that was Ange's. Ange wanted Gray. Ange wanted Spence to stay, no matter what people say. Spence was on the way out again. Levy had that conversation, and he said it. I've seen it in the interviews, and he said, "No, I told him to keep him here. I want to work it. I want to work through this." He seems to be getting the players in that he wants, and now all he's asking now is for other players of experience. He's been able to manage these players, these kids, in central defensive roles of a midfielder who is just a child, and get incredible results out of him. It wasn't like 4-1 at the end of the season and Liverpool or whatever, but in the majority of games, it was like stupid little mistakes. A lot of the time, Basuma did let us down a few times, and there were things like this going on, but it's understandable when you don't have the same squad going out week in, week out. Do you know what I mean? The names that we're talking about now, this Frank and like Bournemouth and managers like this, they never had the games that we had to play. They never had the problems we had to go through. Yeah. And what did they end up with? They should have won at least a cup, some domestic cup, surely. Yeah. But not only did we do the Europa, we also went miles in a lot further than we've ever really normally do in the other cups. I just feel that the players that Ange gets in, no matter who it is, they always hit their ground running. Maybe Tell is the only one that at first had like a little bit of a but the rest of them, look at us with Bergvall. I mean, everyone's going mad about this kid. He's absolutely phenomenal. And I put this to anybody who says like about Ange, about the way he plays or whatever. Okay, you want him to play another system. What happened against Everton? He did it first half. It was a disaster. But what has he done with the players that he has had? Have they let us down? Have they been bad? Chris, when we've played up in places like Norway and that before, and we've put together a completely reserved team, we have folded so badly because no one knows what each other's doing. He's the only manager I know, regardless of our league position, only losing by the odd goal here and there, where he's actually getting something out of these brand new players who are hitting the ground running, and they're all children. They're like children. They're kids. Let's face it. Let's be honest. They are. So I think any manager coming along, I can't see another manager who could do that with these. They need either someone who's going to spend out millions and millions, like with PSG, or whatever. Like I just can't see it happening, guys. I don't know. I'm worried about if Ange goes, not because of Ange going. Well, of course, that is the reason. But I'm worried that then it proves that Levy hasn't changed. And then where do we go? It'd be so frustrating, Yeah. And I don't want to be frustrated. I'm so happy. It's a downer right now. But believe me, it's not a downer. I'm very happy, and I'm loving the silence because it means he's not gone. That's the good thing, right? That's I'm taking it away. I'm not glass half empty or half full. Mine is totally full all the time. All right, but I do have a little worry sometimes. You know what I mean? But,
I'm sure we all do, G. And I don't think there's any one person in the world who has not said a negative comment or had that worry, that sense of worry about where our season was going and what Postecoglou was doing. So fair play to those people who do actually stand up and put their hands up. Like Charlie earlier and said, I got it wrong about Ange, but a lot of people did stick with Ange, and it's funny. Like during your discussion there. We've had nearly 1,000 votes on this poll. Ange to stay 73%, Ange to go 27%. So it's going to be very interesting if that does actually happen. Ange Postecoglou does part ways with Spurs, because we all know, from what Ange has said in the last couple of press conferences, we know, and especially at the parade, the third season is better than the second. We all know that he wants to continue at Spurs. So if Postecoglou does leave, we know that has been a bold decision. So this 73% on this poll, it will be very interesting to see how Daniel Levy will address those fans that want Ange Postecoglou to stay, having delivered a trophy in such a long time. G, you're always such a great guest. Thanks so much for joining us, and we look forward to speaking to you again soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on, you Spurs. Thank you, Craig, as well. Thank you, guys.
Cheers, G.
Thank you, mate. Cheers, G.
Take care.
Right. We've got so many people still to talk to. We're now going to go to Ali Ross, and Archie will come to you next. Ali, great to have you here, and I'm so glad that you have joined. Thank you so much for joining us, because let's remind everybody, you are a channel regular on here. You are a Celtic fan. You told us originally that Ange Postecoglou would be successful at Spurs. Give him the time, give him the tools, give him the patience, and Ange will deliver. Welcome back to the show, Ali.
Evening, gents.
Hello, Ali.
Had a good week, guys.
I've had the week of my life, Ali. The week of my life. I hate to say it, but you are one of the guys who said, this guy is going to deliver for you. What do you make of the rumours at the moment about Ange Postecoglou possibly being sacked by Spurs, having just delivered Tottenham's first trophy in 17 years, now first European one in 41 years?
I'm not surprised with the media that's been going on. I think I've got the luxury of being able to look at it from a different point of view from you guys. I mean, you've been watching a very poor season in the Premier League, and I get that. But I mean, I did say at the very first meeting that I had with you guys, or the first time I came on the channel, that Ange's whole system was based on his two centre halves, and he's just not had them. So I think there's a lot of mitigating circumstances why it's been poor. He's stubborn. He's going to stick to, the sports science guys weren't getting it right with fitness. They were losing too many players. That's about running more, I suppose. There's loads of things that can mitigate what it does, but if they're not going to give him a chance to rectify that, I'm not impressed with the people who say that are coming in. I can't see what they're going to do different. What are they going to... One thing I will say is Ange stuck up for Tottenham this whole time, and he's probably jeopardised his job by going for the Europa League, but he gave you guys what you wanted. So a lot of people in Scotland are saying, do you know what, Ange? You should just say, 2 fingers up, I'm off. I've done what I said I would do. He'll get a good job on the back of that, and he doesn't need the hassle, because he has took a lot of flack. He's stuck up for Tottenham as a club, as far as I can see. He's argued with the media. Why not? They're asking stupid questions constantly to the man, and he's just not going to bite, or he does bite, I should say. So to me, I think he's done a great job for you by getting you a trophy. He's had a terrible season, but again, we all said he needed investment last year. He never got the number 6 that he needed. He never got another striker that he probably needed. And that includes the defence. It was never strengthened, really. So, I don't know, mate. Whoever you're going to bring in, what are they going to do differently that's going to make Tottenham serial winners? That's what you've got to ask yourself. Because if you go back in 3 years' time, I bet you can get me on here and everyone will be saying, I wish we'd just given Ange that chance. So, give him 6 months. I don't think that's even fair. I think you give him the rest of this season. I think he's bought that. If they gave him this season, I don't think anybody would really blame Levy. So he's kind of in a good position where he could keep him without it being a massive fan backlash, because he's given you the best week you've had in years, and everybody would understand why you'd keep him. And then if he goes into the English Premiership this year and it starts off poorly, then he's going to know himself. His next job's not to win a Europa League. It's to be challenging and to show massive improvement in the league form. He'll know that himself. He's got to go for the league this year. He's not going to win the league. Everybody knows that in the next season. But is he not building something? I mean, some of the games he has won, even with an understrength side sometimes. And there's another argument that there's some games he should have won with a stronger side than the opponent. So I don't know, mate. I just know that the guy wins, and I told you that at the beginning. He won't settle for... He won't listen to people. He'll do it his way, and I think that's what you need at Tottenham at the moment. You've got to remember, he had a lot of players he had to get rid of. There's still a lot of players there I think he needs rid of to get a better side together. And if he's not going to be given the funds to do it, then whoever comes in is still going to have those problems. They're not going to go away because Ange goes, but at least he's going to go there. One question I'd ask is, how many bad signings has the man made? That would be a big question, because there's a lot of bad signings there that other managers made. And what's to say the next manager coming in doesn't bring in bad signings as well? At least I think his record seems to have been pretty good with the signings he's brought in. He's certainly improved some of the players there.
That's it, Ali. It's a really interesting point, and you know, a big thank you for coming on, because I tend to agree with a lot of what you say, and a lot of what you've said to us before has actually come true and materialised, because you've seen what Ange Postecoglou has done at Celtic, and of course they spoke so highly of him there. But Craig, let's bring you in on this point, because Ali said there about if Ange Postecoglou goes, you know, some people just think that, you know, some of the problems go away. And, you know, the problems are still there all the time when a new manager comes in. Haven't we been here so many times before?
It's spot on, absolutely spot on. And you're right. The problems aren't going to go away just because we get a new manager. We've seen it time and time and time again. Absolutely. And Ange has kind of sailed the good ship Tottenham through some pretty horrific waters over the last season and a bit.
Yeah.
And we've come through it, and it's a bit like in Forrest Gump when Forrest is the only boat left after that storm. You know, it's just sailing along. It's a bit like that, because he's managed to take all the criticism. There's been probably times during this season, as Ali said, where he just wants to put two fingers up and say, "No, do you know what? I don't need this. I'm just walking." But he hasn't. He's stuck at it. And he said he clearly wants to be here next season. The speech, I don't know if you watched it, Ali, the parade. His speech, very short and sweet, just says
season 3.
He was, season 3, and that he wants to be at Tottenham. He clearly, that's what his plan is, and he's going to be here until he's told otherwise. It's weird. Tottenham is a very, very strange club, as you said before, Ali, about Daniel Levy. Very different kind of operator. Many clubs down the bottom of the league, and that's where we were. We was at the bottom. West Ham, Manchester United, Wolves, name but a few. Everton, they're not talking about sacking their manager, and we are, and we've won a European trophy, and we're in the Champions League. It just seems bizarre to me for a club that wants to get rid of their manager when we've achieved that. How is the feeling amongst the Celtic fans with Ange? I mean, I'm guessing they probably feel similar to you, that we're crazy even talking about this, right?
Can I add to that as well, Ali, that question? Because I feel like Ange has gone through a lot in the 2 years that he's been with us, because you mentioned, and very rightly, that, you know, some of the questions and the same questions he gets asked in the press conferences again and again and again, and some of those are very probing questions, you know, just wanting that reaction, and are quite negative at times as well. And he's had a lot of flack from the Spurs fans as well, you know, particularly when, you know, a number of Spurs fans wanted us to lose that game against Manchester City. That annoyed him, you know, because Arsenal could have won the Premier League. That really annoyed him, and he found out a lot about the mentality of the club, the staff, the fans, etc. And even the Chelsea away game, only a couple of months ago, the Spurs fans were singing at Stamford Bridge to Ange, "You don't know what you're doing." So he's had a lot of negativity, you know, from the press, and a lot of negativity from the fans. You've probably seen a number of videos, a number of clips that he's had a number of spats with certain fans as well. Did you see any of that type of stuff when he was manager of Celtic? I know, obviously, it's very different when you're virtually winning every week.
That would be the main thing, Chris, is that losing's going to bring that on your shoulders. It doesn't matter what. If he was in Scotland getting beat, look, in Scotland, if he was second, not just getting beat, if he was second, he'd have been getting pelters from the press, the fans, everyone up here. I mean, everyone thinks that it's an easy ride up here, but you look at the Rangers managers recently, when we've had Celtic managers, you look at Neil Lennon not getting 10 in a row, bombed out. I mean, the guy's won us so much, and I thought he was a decent enough manager. You know, he got us to the last 16 of the Champions League, for instance, things like that. Only him and Gordon Strachan did. So I think losing's caused that for him. And I think because he said he'd win us a trophy, and he's adamant in what he's going to do. So people are just going to try and prod him because they get a reaction, then they get headlines. And it's not going to change unless he starts winning games, and then they'll keep prodding, but he'll have better answers because he's winning. That's the only difference. He doesn't care about the media, mate. He cares about the fans, the fan base, he cares about the club, he cares about his players. You can see how much they care about him. You know, he builds this whole family because he's a nice bloke. You know, he builds this whole thing. So I think a bigger problem you're going to have, looking at it from the outside, is that what are the players going to say if they do get rid of him? He's just won them all a Europa trophy, you know, and some of them played out of their shell for him. A new manager could come in and just not get that. And then it's not just the problems that you're you see under Ange, you're going to have other problems on top of that with a new manager, which could be worse and put you. I'm not saying you'll end up worse than third bottom. Look, he wouldn't have been third bottom if there wasn't a Europa League, or fourth bottom, sorry. You know, I'm sure the form would have picked up in the league had he played his centre halves and his best team each week, that he could. But he didn't. So, you know, he sacrificed all of the slagging that he's getting, the fourth bottom, worst in history, or since 77, your worst in the league, whatever it was. All of that is, he took all that on to win you a trophy. And anyone that says that, oh, he's useless, he ended up there, just doesn't understand football. He kept players fit because there was a problem with keeping players fit with the amount of football they were playing. So he used his common sense, won you a trophy. Is it a time maybe for you both just to say, look, do you know what, thanks very much, we've had a great time, we love you, we don't want it to get any worse, you go and get yourself a nice wee job. He's not going to get a top 4 team in England, you know, but he might get that in, you know, Portugal, Holland, wherever, I don't know. But maybe go Saudi and earn loads of money, you know.
Would you be surprised then, Ali? Because I've got to admit, I don't feel like any scenario is going to surprise me as a Spurs fan right now, because we know, like I said earlier, we know that Ange Postecoglou wants a third season at Spurs. So if the board do have a word with him and say, look, you know, these league defeats, you know, although we've had Europa League success, these league defeats are just simply not good enough, and we feel like you can't improve on the league season. If that happens, fair enough. But do you feel like they will have a conversation to try and make it seem like it's mutual consent of him leaving? Is that what you're saying?
No, well, no, because Ange isn't going to have that, is he? He's not going to say, I want to stay, and then we've mutually agreed to. They might mutually agree to part ways, but everybody knows it's not a mutual agreement. It's them saying, we don't want to keep you. We're going to pay you off this amount for a mutual agreement. And he's just going to say, yeah. There's no way he's going to. He doesn't want out of there. He knows that. I think he believes he can do better with the team he's got, and if he gets a few, and the good thing with Ange now is he's talking about experienced players. Last year he wasn't. You know, he's talking about getting experienced players in to help these players. So that's what you need. You know, you definitely need another centre half. You need another striker. Solanke, to be honest with you, has been immense. Tell me about many better strikers that you've had in the English Premiership this year. I would say he probably ranks in the top 5 at the moment, just an opinion, but I thought he played out his skin most of his games, that I saw anyway. And he certainly, the team played better with him because of his work rate. So it's not just about what he did in a game, it's what he brought to the team. And it's the same. I mean, look, Van de Ven's a quality player for his age. You know, again, it was when we brought in Carter Vickers that sorted our defence. And then we stopped getting thumpings in Europe and stuff. So, you know, Ange got that back at the end of the season, thankfully, because it gave him that trophy. Maybe the guy's just lucky, I don't know. But I think you'd be mad. I think he's maybe fallen out with Levy already about his comment about bringing in winning managers. And he's won everywhere he's been. So it was just kind of like dismissing his achievements before he even turned up heel. Maybe that's something that's bugged him all season. He seems to be a bit grouchy about that, and I'm sure he's probably said it to Daniel Levy himself. So maybe they just don't see eye to eye. Maybe he's saying, like what previous managers, like Jose Mourinho said, you know, you need to back me to get the club to where it needs to be. And he's maybe getting told he's getting 100 million, and that's just not enough if they want him to be a top 4 challenger. Simple.
Yeah. And what does 100 million buy you nowadays? That's a problem, isn't it? You know, you could probably get 1, perhaps 2 players, decent players for that.
Yeah, there was a story years ago that.
Sorry, Ali. I was just going to say, it weren't so long ago, Craig and I had Kieran Maguire on, who is the finance expert, football finance expert, and he said that even if Spurs didn't win the Europa League, Spurs could easily go out and spend £100 million in the summer anyway, regardless. So it would be very interesting to see what figure Spurs do have in the kitty and what figure we will actually go out and spend, regardless of who the manager is. Because, as I've mentioned on the show many times already, that Champions League football, as you know, Ali, is very, very different to Europa League or any other European competition.
Celtic get slatings in the Champions League, but it's a different level. I mean, any team can get battered. I mean, we got battered 7-1 by Borussia Dortmund. I think, what were they, 4th or 5th in the league? And then we drew in Munich with Bayern Munich. You know, so it's just a different level you're playing against. And Munich had to win that game because it wasn't as if they were having a great Champions League at the time. So I just think that you're not going to solve it in one season now with the way that the English Premiership works. He's going to need 2 or 3 or whoever comes in is. But I mean, I remember a story that was, I think, came out when I think it was the Inter Milan manager asked to buy Jimmy Johnson from Celtic, and he phoned up Jock Stein for it. And I can't remember the amount of money. It would say it was £100,000, which was obviously a lot in those days. And Jock Stein turned around and said, "For what game?" You know, because that's what you're talking about when you talk about players down there. When you're wanting to buy a player for 30 million, it's like, well, what leg does that buy a Neymar, for instance? You know, it's silly money. So, but the thing is, you don't need to spend that money, I don't think, to get good players. You know, and I think Ange finds good players. That's why I think you'd be crazy, because I think he can find gems, make them better, fit his model. And you look at what Enrique has done over at PSG. He's just brought in people that fit his system, that can play the way he wants them to play. You know, so whoever comes in needs to have an identity and say, right, this is football's going about now, how you build your team. You know, Celtic are the same just now. We're a bomb scare waiting to happen just now. We need to invest this year, but like Levy, our club don't want to spend that money. We've got the money in the bank, which very few teams do, and certainly not in Scotland. But you know, last year I think in the last couple of seasons we've spent something like 39 million in 2 seasons, but we brought that in with 2 sales. You know, and you look at it and you think, well, so we've had a net spend of 0, but then we've not got a threat really at the moment from Rangers. So now the 49ers have bought them, maybe that'll change that. But with you guys, it's a totally different scenario. It's got to be a progression. He's done right by bringing in young players. I think he's got the core of a squad building there. 2 more seasons, you might be able to see a finished article because he's not got PSG's type of money. But then how patient are your fans going to be? I think Levy'd be a mug to get rid of him now, because I think you'll get patience with Ange. If somebody else comes in and you're sitting 12th at Christmas, that's a different ballgame.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. So he'll be taking a massive risk to get rid of someone who'll be able to buy a bit of time compared to a manager that comes in now. He doesn't, if he's not in about the top 5, 6, 7 slots by Christmas, the fans are not going to be happy.
Ali, regarding of what we all want, and this last question, what do you see happening? Who do you think will be Spurs manager come the start of next season?
Looks like Frank's the favourite, doesn't it? I don't see him or what's that? Is that Brentford he's at, or is he at the other one? Or Silva. Brentford. I quite fancy Silva. I think he might be okay, because I think he could play. The players he's got there would be similar to kind of how he plays, I think.
So you do think that Daniel Levy and the board will pull the plug on Ange?
I'm going to say no, because I think he's a businessman, and I think that he knows if he gets rid of him, there's a problem. He's got a problem with the fans. I think he'll be watching things like this. He'll be seeing the surge that's gone for Ange over the last few days. That's why a decision's not been made. And I think he'll be sitting thinking, do you know what? If I get rid of him and we pick the wrong guy, then it's all going to be about me again. And he doesn't want that, because he doesn't like that. So I'm going to say, I think Daniel Levy will give him a year. And if there's no improvement in the whole shebang, i.e. I'd say top 6 is probably what you'd have to target this year. And be challenging at least for the Champions League slots. If he does that and maybe wins another trophy, let's just go with that, then it's buying him more time to build you what you want, because I think Levy's the type that he needs a manager that can do that. He needs someone that can come in and progress Tottenham year on year to be winning the odd trophy and to be getting close about the Champions League and probably trying to keep in Champions League football every year. That would be my answer. So I'm going to say no, mate. There you go.
Thank you so much for coming on. Always such a great guest. And you are another guy that I could talk to about football all night long. So thank you so much, and we'll talk to you soon.
Well, I hope he doesn't go, because then that's my podcasting career well gone. That'll be devastating.
No, I said this to you, Ali. You're always welcome on the channel. People,
Yeah.
you get a lot of love in
I
the,
will keep
in
an
the
eye
chat.
on it, and I will have an opinion.
Yeah.
You know what I'm like.
No
Yeah.
worries,
Yeah.
mate.
My
Thanks
family
for coming
will be
on.
flying all week. And like, no, we can't get rid of him.
Yeah, goodbye Ange Postecoglou and goodbye Ali Ross. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. I'll be on the phone to him. I'll say, cheers, Ange. I was enjoying
You got
that
me
little
sacked as
campaign.
well.
Exactly. So,
Cheers, Ali. Thanks a lot.
See you, Ali.
Right, we're now going to go all the way to Istanbul to speak to Alchi. Alchi, how are you?
I'm good. Champions, champions, ole, ole,
That's better.
ole.
That's better.
Yes.
Bring the mood up.
Exactly.
I tell you what, the poll has actually gone up right now. Ange to stay 74%, Ange to go 26%. So I think that says a lot. A lot of people are behind Ange Postecoglou. Alchi, I'm going to start by asking you this question. What would Daniel Levy say in a club statement if he did get rid of Ange Postecoglou as Spurs boss? Because 74%, that is pretty high.
It is, yeah. Look, I think obviously we've had quite a mixed season, to say the least. I think I myself, up until March, as you know, I've been on plenty of shows with you where I defended Ange because of the injury. I mean, you cannot ignore the injury crisis that we had. It was ridiculous. And then after March, I have to say, I did start questioning because it just didn't, because he himself said, look, once we get a few players back, things are going to be better. And they just weren't. Apart from the European run, it just wasn't. The league was terrible. The league top form was terrible. I think the way in which we lost the second leg, I think everybody was surprised the way we, played against Liverpool in the first leg of the cup. And then the way we went out in the second leg, that's what everybody expected. So, so at that point, and towards the end of the season, I'd kind of had enough. And I kind of thought, nah, Ange, you're not it, and I didn't expect him to win the Europa League either. But then, he proved me wrong. And he did. He got us a cup, and not just some, third level cup. I mean, Europa League, all right, it's not Champions League, but it's still, top level enough for me to, I think, and the fact, he came out and said, look, in my second season, I always win something. And he said it and he stood behind it. So to me, that's it, his stock went up essentially. And I think that's what a lot of fans who are Anjin are feeling. They're not, I think most of them do recognize obviously the problems that we had this season, especially with the league form. But I think, you cannot not praise a man who's won you the first European Cup in 41 years, the first sort of cup in 17 years, the man who's finally ended that Spursy tag. After such a poor season, we can sit here and be smug against Gooners, against United, against, so many teams, and somebody who achieves that, I think, in my book, we've got to give him another season. So, but that wasn't your question. That your question was, sorry, how could Levy put this to, if he did sack him, how could he? I guess, he's going to have to, I guess he would probably, he would say, look, we love Ange. Thank you. You delivered the cup, but also, our league form was concerning. I think that's probably what he would, probably concentrate on. He'd probably say, look, we have a squad. We built a squad. Fair enough. We brought in a lot of young players. We have a lot of talented players there. And, maybe we didn't see this. We didn't see performances that we were expecting, or something along those lines, where he would probably, put forward the league performances. And to a certain extent, that would be true. I mean, that's where I'm kind of still a little bit, look, if you're asking my personal opinion, I think, yes, I think by winning the Europa League, I think definitely give him another season, at least let him start the third season. Let's see how he does till Christmas. And then we can, look at it. I mean, I'm not one for, I don't like sacking managers in the middle of the season. But I do think, but I still have concerns, Chris, if I had to be honest. I mean, I think my honest opinion is, I think, yes, he deserves to be our manager. And I think it's really out of order. The man's just delivered us a cup, and the quietness, the fact that the club are quiet and they're not, putting all the rumors to bed by saying, look, we've decided Ange, we're going to, give Ange another season. He's delivered a cup, something that we haven't had very long time. So he deserves another season, or not deserves another season, but yes, Ange will be our manager next season. End of. Now we're concentrating on getting the best players that we can. We're looking to have a big summer, which is what we need, Chris. Because again, from previous shows, I felt last summer we fell short. I didn't think that last summer's transfer business was good enough, where we knew we were going to play Thursday, Sunday, and we saw the results of that. I think that definitely probably contributed to the injury crisis that we had, and also contributed to the fact that once we had these players out, we didn't really have equal quality players.
Do you feel, Orchie, that there's not enough focus on that in terms of Spurs fans actually accepting that the transfer windows weren't strong enough, and all of the blame goes on Ange Postecoglou himself for his style of play, the way that he plays in the Premier League, hence why we lost 22 games in the Premier League? Because I feel like, going back to that summer window, when I turned around and said that we haven't, got enough experience in the squad, had we have had more experience, it could have been very different. So is that Ange Postecoglou's fault, or is that the club as a whole for not doing enough to back the manager? Because I'll say it again, someone else coming in, and you mentioned the word concerns. I still have concerns about Ange Postecoglou going forward, but I'd have those same concerns about anyone else coming in. Exactly the same, because if your transfer windows aren't what we expect and realistic to achieve what the club want us to achieve, then what?
Exactly. We can say this going back to even Pochettino. You know how much I love Pochettino, but let me give you some, I did this ages ago for another show, but I never really got talking about it. When Pochettino came in, again, he would only get a couple of players at a time, and they weren't superstars. Pochettino pretty much developed that team into the team that it was. But we've never really spent big, and then Poch's 5 years is proof of how poor the club have been in backing managers. When you look at Poch, he came 5th in his first season, then he came 3rd in his second season, then he came 2nd in his 3rd season, and then and then 3rd again in his 4th season, and then he came 4th in his final year. And many times I know going back to those,
but he didn't win anything.
Yeah, he didn't win anything, but he was consistent. Every season, especially after the sort of the second and the third season, every time at the start of a season, when they talk about who's up there, amongst title challengers, Spurs' name started coming up. And we were consistent every year. We were getting in Champions League. We were up there as one of the, competitive teams in pretty much every competition that we were in. And yet, the club never went out and I believe spent the money that could have taken us over that next, there was a very small amount, in my opinion. We were probably maybe 2 or 3 players short to potentially be champions in the Premier League, and even we got to the Champions League final, for crying out loud. And that was in a season after a season when, as you said at the start of the show, 500 whatever days that we didn't buy a single player. We didn't deliver a single player for Pochettino. So I think although yes, Pochettino didn't win anything, I think what he achieved was fantastic. And I think that's what people who are probably Ange out, a lot of them are probably looking at those. That's the kind of bar, that's the kind of standard from a manager's perspective that they're kind of holding, that they've held every single manager since. But I believe the real issue, the real problem has always been this board never seems to back managers fully. Listen, if you need, let's say, if you need 5 or 6 players, but you only need 5 or 6 right now players, but you only go and buy 2, and then you buy a whole bunch of potential kids with, yes, a lot of potential, but still, those kids are going to take at least 2, maybe 3 seasons to really develop into, their full potential. So, you know, we always sell managers short. So, and I believe this is why, again, this summer, you know, one of my biggest concerns is, again, are we going to fall short? Because as you said, we're going to be in a competition like Champions League where we are going to come up against the best teams in Europe. We're going to come up against potentially, you know, Barcelona's, Real Madrid's, Inter Milan's, you know, obviously Paris Saint-Germain's of this world. And, you know, we would get absolutely torn apart unless we invest, and we invest some right now players, as you say, Chris. And are the board going to do that? Is Levy going to go out and do that? Well, they haven't done so far. And they are the reason, you know, and that is, for me, that is the top reason why Tottenham haven't achieved, even in Poch's peak years. You know, we never broke that glass ceiling until obviously 10 days ago when, you know, when Ange delivered what he said, which was, I always win something in my second season. So you've got to give the man credit for that. And I think he's taken a lot of flack over the seasons. Sometimes he definitely doesn't help himself with some of the stuff that he comes out with, or some of his reactions. Also, I think in some of his, you know, game management, you know, he's frustrated me in, you know, many games this season. But at the end of the day, the man did deliver a cup, and you can't take that away from him. I think, so for me, he definitely deserves another season, and I think he needs to be backed this summer. You know, and we've got to go out there and spend, in my honest opinion, I think we got to go out there and spend at least like 150 to 200 million pounds, which we know we can. I mean, I think you guys had a financial guy on, even if we didn't make Champions League, and even actually just after Christmas, when all the financial stuff comes out, Talk Sport, they always have that financial expert guy who comes on. He himself said, you know, Tottenham have such a headroom of money that they can actually spend if they wanted to without going over the PSR. You know, but we don't, and Levy doesn't, and that's probably our number one reason why we are not maybe achieving the things that a club of our size should be. But you know, 10 days ago, we're not. You know, we have won something, we have achieved something, and I myself.
Hello, Algie.
Yeah,
hello.
hi, Greg.
Sorry, I'm going to stop you in mid-flow. We've just got a lot of guests to come on, so I'm going to have to butt in and ask you a last question. But you mentioned there's a very, very valid point. We need players this summer. What players? Give me. I'm guessing you're thinking 4 or 5, something like that. Give me some names you think are realistic targets that Spurs should try and get in.
I mean, a few names have been mentioned already. I agree with all of them. I think Eze would be brilliant. Gay will be. I think we definitely need. You know, we definitely need bolstering in defense. We definitely need some bolstering in centre of midfield. Potentially another winger, and you know, somebody to back up Solanke. You know, a striker, but potentially, you know, somebody who's a clinical finisher. Kind of like Defoe was, you know, all them years ago. I would have loved us to go for Cunha. I don't know why we can't, unless obviously Cunha wants to play for Manchester United, which fair enough, then he'll go to. But why can't we? You know, we've just beaten Manchester United. You know, we're going to be in the Champions League.
Top player,
yeah. Why can't we go for someone like Cunha and, you know, pay? If we have to pay a little bit extra, get someone like Cunha in, get someone like, you know. I think Gay would definitely be a good addition. You know, there are, but I think definitely sort of 4-5 players of, you know, top quality. Mbeumo from, you know, he's another one I think would be brilliant for us. You know, we need that sort of 4-5 solid top quality players, and we should be attractive. You know, we're in the Champions League next season. And, you know, regardless of, you know, how the league went, and I think we need that. And if we get that, then we can judge Ange.
Archie, always such a great guest, and hopefully you can come on some of the shows during the summer. We'll be doing a lot. I've absolutely no doubt of that. So thanks so much for all of your input, and especially throughout the season.
Yes, my best, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Speak to you soon.
Mate.
Cheers, guys.
Bye.
Right, we're now going to go to Lewis, and then we will come to John, and then Jamie. Lewis, how are you, my singing buddy? Johnson again. How are you?
I'm great, Chris. How are you? I haven't stopped smiling since then. What a memory. What a moment.
I bumped into Lewis at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium before the Brighton game when, of course, we were all on a high. Went round to see James Black singing. That was incredible atmosphere, Lewis, wasn't it, around there? And the drinks were flowing. The place was absolutely packed, jam full of Tottenham Hotspur fans singing, having a good time. Yeah, I tell you, like I keep saying on the podcast and like I keep saying on other shows as well, like I've had the time of my life the last 7 to 10 days, been incredible. But how are you feeling about Ange right now? Because, of course, that Brighton home defeat, you know, a number of people were feeling quite despondent about that despite winning the Europa League. Yeah, the league season has been a dismal one. Would you like to see Ange in charge for a third year?
100%. 100%. I think I voiced what most people have said. I think after that, after what his gift does, I think you can't change it now. And like you say, who do you bring in who's going to give us more? I don't see any options. The names that are thrown out there, I'm thinking, you know, it just reeks a bit of, you know, a bit under Pochettino when, okay, Mourinho was a kind of a big name to bring in, but where did that get us? It got us nowhere. He's just won as a trophy. I'm sorry, but you know, yes, he put all his eggs in one basket, but what would everyone him prefer to do? Go all out so he could finish 13th instead and then go out the Europa League? Like, you know, what's he supposed to do?
Lewis, that is such a good point. Craig, I'm going to ask you a question here. So Lewis said there that the names being thrown about at the moment, you know, no one's getting excited about these names being better than Ange Postecoglou. Who is a name that would really excite you that you would then say and change your mind to say, yeah, Ange needs to be replaced by this name? Who is it?
Cool, that's a tough one because I'm so in on Ange at the moment. It's difficult to imagine. I don't want to imagine him not being at the club.
And I'm asking that question because everyone, you know, or I say everyone, 27%. It's only 27% are saying that Ange needs to go. So out of that 27%, I'd love people to say who they would like in. You know, out of that 27% of want Ange to go, you know, 73% do want him to stay. And this, you know, it's not us being happy clapping about Ange Postecoglou just because he's won us a trophy. It's 73% of the viewers and listeners are saying Ange to stay. So who is the name that you are going to get excited about if they replace Ange? Who is it, Lewis?
What, Pep Guardiola? I
was just thinking Pep.
Yeah. You know, and are they going to come to us? You know, because it has to be something, you know, because they've thrown out all these names, and I'm thinking, well, they might get you 6th in the Premier League.
Perhaps.
Is that good enough?
Javi.
6th.
Yeah.
Who? Sorry.
Javi.
We just had a couple of names in: Jurgen Klopp, Sam Allardyce. I think that's a joke. Well,
Ali said, better not be Brendan Rodgers. He was linked, wasn't he?
Many times, yeah. But it's an interesting one because the people moaning about Ange and the people moaning about, you know, the 22 league defeats. And don't get me wrong, I'm not sitting here saying that I'm accepting 22 league defeats. Far from it. But tell me a better manager. Tell me a better scenario. And I feel like that's probably why we've not had a decision being made, because the board are probably thinking, well, if we are going to replace Ange, who are we going to do it with? And do they drive us forward? You know, are they going to lead us to success? But Lewis, talk to me about how you're, you know, I sit here and say all the time about, you know, what 7 to 10 days that I've had. Talk to me about your, you know, last 10 days or so, because I've had an incredible journey. How's your journey been?
Oh, it's been amazing because I've been celebrating since Wednesday. Like, it's literally like I'm trying to sort of calm down now, and it's not easy to do. I've just been buzzing. It's just like, it's just been amazing, absolutely amazing. I mean, coming down to the ground and seeing you and lead the Dorset Spur on Sunday. I mean, the game, I couldn't care. And most of the fans were saying before the game, they were like, oh, I don't care if we get stuffed. I mean, I always say be careful what you wish for, because they didn't seem too happy after the game. But, you know, I couldn't care less. I just thought, I'm just going to celebrate and enjoy this moment. And it was an incredible moment, and it's something that will live with you for the rest of your life. And I said to my son, when we watched the ceremony on Friday, we had to, unfortunately, couldn't make it on Friday. I did have opportunity to go down, but I thought, no, I better not. I can't afford 2 trips to London that close together. And we watched the ceremony together on YouTube. which was fantastic, by the way. Fair play to the guys who put that on, because I thought that was spot on. It was professionally done, really well done. And James Black was amazing. And I said to my son, I said, soak this in. I said, because you don't know when this is going to happen again. I said, I was your age when we won in '84. You know, yes, I've seen a League Cup and an FA Cup, but, you know, a European trophy. I mean, that's what a lot of people are forgetting, that, you know, this is not like we've just gone out and won a League Cup. And yes, you can argue and say it was a poor Man United team and blah, 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 but you still got to win it. You still got to get there. You know, and we've had winners, you know, we had Pochettino that like kind of put out a second stream team against in the Europa League and then wondered why we got knocked out, you know. So I'm absolutely buzzing, Chris. And to be honest, I haven't stopped smiling. My flag is flying right outside my house because my next door but one neighbour, he's an Arsenal fan. So I know it's really winding him up. So that's staying up for a long time. I'm not sure. I'm not sure we're going to take it down, but I know he hates it. I know he absolutely hates it. So long let it live on.
That's a good point though, Lewis, because a few people have honestly asked that. Did Tottenham Hotspur have a better season than Arsenal?
100%. 100%. We've got something to show for it. Yes, they had a better Premier League season. I think that's what they can't split the point. Yes, they had a better league season than us, 100%, million times better than us. But in cup competitions, yes, they can only win the tournaments they're in. But let's not forget, they were in the Europa League and they didn't win it. They got stuffed by not a particularly good Chelsea team, if I remember, in the final. So when they keep banging on about this, you know, blah, 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 well, we've got bigger fish to fry. Well, they never said that when we was in the Champions League. You know, when we finished second and we was in Champions League and they won the FA Cup, they were like, oh, no, it's all about trophies. But it's funny how it's turned around now, isn't it? Now the shoe's on the other foot. So I don't care what they think anyway, to be honest. I just like winding them up.
There's another couple of names being thrown out here. Oliver Glasner. And I've got to admit, I'm a big admirer of Oliver Glasner. I think he's done a fantastic job at Crystal Palace, certainly winning the FA Cup this season. I think he's done a great job. And I think I've said on the podcast a couple of times, I sat a couple of rows behind the Crystal Palace dugout when we played Palace. And such an active and vocal manager. I love that. And, you know, he's literally like kicking every single ball, probably a little bit toned down version of Antonio Conte. But in terms of, you know, man management and in terms of the way that he manages games, I think he's fantastic. So I think he's going to have a really, really decent career. He's had a decent one so far, but I think that's probably going to get better. De Zerbi is a name that is being thrown about by a couple of fans in the chat at the moment. Jurgen Klopp again. And Liam just says Gary Megson. Although I think that's probably the same caliber as Allardyce. So I hope that's a joke, Liam. Lewis, I want to ask you, so the season that we have had under Postecoglou, or the first season, finishing 5th, no trophies. The second season, finishing in 17th, 22 league defeats, and then winning the Europa League. If Ange Postecoglou is at Spurs for a third season, he does get that third season at Tottenham, what is an improvement on this season? Is it just finishing in the top 4? Would that be an improvement to this season? With zero trophies?
In the league, it would be, but 0 trophies. To me, it doesn't seem that he desperately wants to win things. That's the thing. And he'll prioritise whatever he needs to do. I mean, come on, at the start of the season, did we really think? I mean, most fans go into a season hoping your team's going to do well, but did we honestly think we're going to win the league? I mean, you know, he's prioritised where he needed to, and I like I say, I like that. I mean, I suppose you could say finishing 6th in an FA Cup. I would say that's a huge improvement. But
yeah, see, JS is live says here top 6 and a cup. Tom says we've finished top 5 and a trophy. King Hoddle says top 6 and an FA Cup would be brilliant. So I suppose a lot of the fans are seeing it here, certainly in the chat, that a decent league position, i.e., say in the top 6 and an FA Cup, because when you win a trophy, I tell you what, Lewis, and I feel like I'm going to talk to all 3 of us here. When we have felt like we have in the last 10 days. We want to feel like it all the time. We want to feel like it every year, like this. We want to see that trophy parade come down that high road. And again, I'm talking about trophies and getting goosebumps again. But we want to feel like this all the time on a regular basis because, 17 years, 41 long years without a European trophy, far, far too long. And when we talk about the FA Cup, 91 since we last won the FA Cup. It's a crazy stat. So to put in domestic trophies now would be a real kick on, wouldn't it? To be winning regular trophies.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the key to fall back into that mode that Spurs always were known for, was winning things. Certainly when I grew up, it was never a banter club. It was never, no one sort of knocked them and sort of said, well, you don't win anything, because we won stuff. I remember having a T-shirt when I was a kid saying FA Cup, record winners 8 times. I used to walk around school wearing that with pride, and now that's been massively overtaken, but let's not talk about by who, but and I hope that they generally do kick on. And I think that's why, for me personally, you've got to stick with Ange. I think if there's something there, he's, and that speech he said at the end of the game, for me, I was all bought in, and seeing the players, and I don't know about you, Chris, but I keep seeing reruns of the players talking, seeing them lift a trophy, and I see it all the time, and I'm still absolutely buzzing about it, and I don't know how long this is going to last for, and I hope it lasts for a long, long time. But more to the point, I hope that there's another one. Not we don't have to wait so long for the next one. That we still get that feeling that this club finally pushes on. I mean, I panned the camera up. I still got too many flags I brought back from the stadium. My son's got 2 in his bedroom. They're left on the seat next to me. I thought, I'm having them. I'm taking them home. So thank you very much, Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah, I've got a couple of them there. I just haven't figured a way to hang them up behind me at the moment. So
I do think you've missed a trick though, Chris. You've got 2 shirts behind you. You see, there's a Danso one there. It should have winners 25 on it, surely.
Watch this space, Lewis. I just haven't had time. I've come back to mayhem at work, and
Have you slept yet, Chris? Though, because I know you
haven't
slept much.
A little bit.
Okay.
It's been well worth it. It really has. And to have all of us singing at the end, Lewis, with James Black for that 30 seconds, 60 seconds are great, wasn't it?
Mate, look, that will stay in my memory forever. Absolutely love every minute of it. Like, I still sing that. It's still in my head when I get in the shower, that song.
That's it. I think on every WhatsApp group I'm on, I've started every single morning since that final with Johnson again, and I think everyone's getting really sick of me now, but it's going to continue throughout the whole of the summer, no doubt. Yeah. Lewis, thanks so much for joining us again. Always a great guest, always great talking to you, and thanks so much for your input during the season, which, sometimes, let's face it, it wasn't easy to talk about Spurs, but we all got through it and finished with a trophy, which was great. So thanks so much for all of your input, and we'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Cheers, Craig. Take care, guys.
Cheers, Lewis.
Come on, you Spurs.
And an apology, I said JS is live. It's actually J5. I should probably be wearing my glasses during the stream, but sorry about that. Getting people's names wrong. Right, we're now going to go to John, and then we'll come to Jamie. John, how are you? Thanks so much for being patient. I think you've been there for some time, haven't you? So I hope you've enjoyed listening to the show. Who spoke sense so far, in your opinion, and what do you make of the Ange Postecoglou scenario at the moment?
Well, let's take the Ange Postecoglou scenario. Anyway, first of all, thank you, both of you. You are very important in the mornings to me. And Craig, you're still there with my breakfast cereal.
Are you still having the same cereal, or you switched it up, John?
Oh, that's right. I made a bit of toast this morning.
Rebel.
Oh, yeah. The rebel, the goon is gone.
The range of subjects we talk about here. What cereal John's having? What cereal do you eat, John?
I have a bit of Quaker stuff from the steady mix. Anyway, let's just come back. You recall the last time you graciously had me on here. I was the only Ange in guy, and I said I wanted Ange in by a thread. And that thread was the Europa Cup, and we won it. So, and I was in the local pub in Bell's Corners with 60 odd Spurs fans, and we were hoarse at the end there. It was just great, you know, a memory to thrive on. But to come back a bit more here in terms of managerial change. You know, since Mr. Graham in 2001 was removed, we've had 13 full-time managers and 7 interim appointments in between them. And the average, if you average that out, is 1 year, 10 months for each manager. Obviously, some lasted longer than others.
Yeah.
The longest 2 were Harry and Poch. Nuno lasted a few months. So if I take this in my life, and I'm retired and an old fart now, if someone approached me in my working days and said, "Look, we've got a great job for you, John, to run this organisation, but we should warn you, the predecessors have lasted about a year and a bit each, and we fired them. We fired them when they gave us success." I would have said, "No, thanks. That's mission impossible." So if we get rid of Ange now, and I hope to goodness we don't, who would want to take that poison chalice on, knowing you got a year, 2 years before you're gone again and somebody else is coming in? And we got no stability. I mean, I hate to say the mob, the red mob, the lady I'm married to supports, they had an awful lot of stability under Wenger, and they won things. I hate to say it, that breaks my heart. I have to live with her. And the same with my friend in Kingston. He's Man United till he dies. You know, and he still goes on about Alex Ferguson, but you have to hand to them. They had stability and they won things. We've had total instability, and in the last, I don't know, 20 years, we won 1 FA Cup. Now we won a Europa Championship. That's hardly achievement for my latter days, and it's not. And most of it has been unstable. Who's the next guy? Who's the next guy? Who's the next guy? Who's the next guy? And that's the problem. And that's why, you know, Ange has given us something. We're all celebrating still, and we need to keep him, stay stable. Let him go on and see how well we can do next year. That's my few words on it.
The thing is, John, sorry, Craig. Let me just say that I feel like all of us should still be celebrating this success. And also, I want to say that Ange Postecoglou is actually on holiday. You know, give the guy a break. You know, he's delivered success for us. You know, let him enjoy the holiday. Let him have that bottle of scotch that he wants, and let him sit in the sun on that sun lounger and put the sunglasses on and have a drink and have a beer. You know, whatever he wants to do for a couple of weeks. Just let people be. And I know some people have said, you know, the club need to come out with an announcement, but I feel like that will happen. If it happens, it will happen within, you know, good time. And you would hope as a Spurs fans that things will be planned. You know, if Ange Postecoglou is to depart the football club, you would hope that Spurs do have a plan, particularly when we have just won a trophy and now pushing on for Champions League football, because it's huge for the football club. And I'll tell you what, this next summer transfer window is absolutely massive in terms of recruitment, because it does need to be top notch for next season. Sorry, Craig, for interrupting.
No, it doesn't need to be last minute like we always have had with Tottenham. How often we've been scrapping around to sign a player in September.
Needs to be different. Needs to be different, though, John.
Needs to be different. We need it. We need stability, and we know where we're going. Sorry, Craig, I interrupted you.
No, that's okay. No,
we were interrupted.
I'm used to it. Don't worry. I forgot what I was going to ask. No, it was. Do you think the backlash? I did ask this to another guest. Do you think the backlash would be worse from the fans if we sack Ange Postecoglou rather than if the club come out and said we're sticking with Ange?
Yeah, the instantaneous. Okay, I mean, I'm delighted at 73% now. Want him to stay.
Yep.
When I was last with you, I was probably one of 25-30% who wanted him to stay. So that's how much that's swung, right?
Yeah.
How many people have answered that, Chris? Now, by the way.
So, yeah, I mean, so
just over 1,200.
Well, 1,200 is fantastic. So what? 75% of that, you've got 900 there who want him to stay.
Yep.
Yeah, which is encouraging. Let's hope that backing stays there. And after all, in some respect, Daniel Levy is in a no-win situation. He's damned if he does sack him and brings in somebody and we have a poor season, and everybody will want to say, why the heck did he get rid of Ange?
Yeah.
Well, that's it. They've got to give a reason, haven't they? They've got to say clubs decided to part ways.
Yeah.
But John, you're right. He's right though, Craig, because there is going to be a split in the fan base. Whatever happens, there was a split in the fan base when Pochettino was sacked. There was a split in the fan base when Mourinho was appointed. There was a split in the fan base when Antonio Conte left the football club. There'll be a split in the fan base again. You know, there was a big split when Ange Postecoglou was appointed. You know, some people, arrogantly said, "Who the hell is this guy? He's never managed in the top European league, but yet he's the next guy to, guide us to European success." And only 3 managers, I'm going to say it again, only 3 managers have done that in our history: Bill Nicholson, Keith Birkinshaw, and now Ange Postecoglou. To rub shoulders with Birkinshaw and Bill Nicholson, it's absolutely incredible what Ange has achieved at the football club. And I feel like this last 10 days, it's just like some people just think that, it's just like, any old trophy that anyone can win. They haven't.
No.
Pochettino didn't do it. Mourinho didn't do it. Conte didn't do it. Say what you like about, style of play, whatever. It's about success. It's about the glory. Yeah. And Postecoglou has delivered. So I feel like, again, I'm going to say it, give credit where credit is due. Not everyone wins trophies.
Precisely. I mean, I'm one of the few guys that remember Bill Nicholson. So, but yeah, I mean, credit where credit's due, and you've got to back the man for what he's given us. He's given us an awful lot of joy over the last couple of weeks. Sure, we lived through an awful lot of misery. There's nothing worse sitting here for me on a Saturday lunchtime, and we got another defeat again, and I've got to go upstairs and face the world, and I have people phoning me up. Especially the Man United fans and the Gooner I live with, and look, you got beat again. Well, so yeah, I mean, I'd love to have a few happy Saturday lunchtimes or Sunday lunchtimes where I'm delighted and pleased, but I'm more than delighted that we've got a cup and we got a trophy in the cabinet, and we wouldn't have had that, I don't think, with Pochettino.
Do you know what though, John? I just think like sometimes we do live in a bit of a miserable world, and some people are a bit scared to smile and be happy. But we can do it.
Yeah,
we can.
Yeah,
can't we, Craig? Even you, Craig.
No, yeah. I'm a hard man to please. People have said that I've got rather an unfortunate face, honestly. But when you think about it, right, I've just had to look it up. Right,
is that your fault for today?
Yeah, that's
come
what
on,
I thought.
Come on, Craig. Give us your best smile. Come on, I'll screen grab it.
Okay, can I have a quick plug for Spurs Ottawa?
John, let me, before you do, absolutely you can. Just before you go, I think it's incredible. I've just looked up Spurs in European competitions because I had to look this up. 32 seasons we've played in Europe, right? And we've only won 3. And like Chris says, Ange Postecoglou is one of those 3. That's a pretty decent stat. We've had 3 UEFA Cup / UEFA Europa Leagues, 1 UEFA Cup Winners' Cup, and that's it. And Ange Postecoglou is one of those.
Yeah.
So you can't knock the bloke. You really can't.
No, true. You can't. And I'm delighted for him. And thank you two guys for all you do for me and keeping me in contact here out in the cold wild west of the
Thank you, John.
And the capital.
Yeah. No worries.
Thank you so much, John. And we really enjoy talking to you. You actually, when you come on, it's the one time when we actually laugh. So thank you for bringing the smiles and the laughter.
I like to bring you a laugh. Quick plug: if anybody on here who lives in the National Capital Region of Canada in Ottawa, lives in Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, or up the Outaouais, come and join Spurs Ottawa. High Fives Pub in Bell's Corners. We'd love to see you.
Brilliant.
Thank you, guys. Lovely talking to you.
Thank you, John.
Take care.
Speak to you soon. Cheers.
Right.
Cheers.
I think it's very fair as well and quite balanced of us to say that there are a number of comments saying that, they've loved the show tonight, but they're still, not with Ange, and they still want him to depart the football club. No problem. You're part of that 27% of our poll right now. It's still 73% Ange to stay. And, like I've said on this show and many others, I still feel like there is a lot of improvement under Ange Postecoglou to make if he does get that third season. But if we did get the right players in the transfer windows, I believe that it would be a much, much better season. And like we said to Lewis, I feel like, kicking on from this season would certainly be another really good cup run and a much, much better league position. We are now going to go to Jamie. Jamie, sorry for keeping you waiting, and thanks so much for all of your input on the channel this season. How are you? And I know at some point during the season, when you were sending videos in, you were saying that you would like Ange to leave the football club. How are you feeling about that now? Jamie, I think you're on mute. We can't hear a word you're saying at the moment.
No.
Try now. No, we can't hear you. If you just double check your connection, and then we'll bring you back in a second. Craig, what have you made of the fan show this evening? Because we've had a number of different views on, but I must say most of them are with Ange Postecoglou. And when I look at this poll that I keep going on about, Ange to stay 73%, Ange to go 27%. Are you surprised by this figure in any way?
I'm not actually. No, I'm actually quite pleased as well. No, because we talk to a lot of Spurs fans, you more than me, but just gauging people's views now and how perhaps some of the doubters had flipped. I mean, I think it's fair to say we've all had a wobble during this season, but
every one of us,
every one of us, and but he's won us a trophy. So he, as I've said many, many times, he's earned that right, in my opinion, to lead us into next season. I mean, I can't see a world where he shouldn't be allowed that chance. So
yeah,
I'm pleased. I'm pleased that the poll's that high, and probably if it keeps going, it will probably go a bit higher as well. But as you say, I'd love to hear from people that are really still Ange out, because obviously there is a few out there.
Right, I think we've got Jamie back. Jamie, can we hear you now?
No.
Jamie, no, we can't hear a word you're saying.
It must be your device, Jamie. You're allowing access to your microphone or something, because you're not muted.
No. Jamie, if you can get another device, Craig and I would chat for a minute or so, and we'll try and get you on, because I love to always hear Jamie's views. Craig, where do you see this ending up with Ange Postecoglou? Because he's currently on holiday. Daniel Levy is apparently out of the country at the moment. Reports have come out and said that Spurs are talking to other managers. Regardless of what 73% want of the poll, and regardless of what me and you would prefer to happen at the football club, where do you actually see this ending up? Do you think that Ange Postecoglou will be in charge of Tottenham on the 13th of August for this Super Cup final, and indeed pre-season, and indeed the first game of the Premier League season?
Do you know what? As we've said, I want Ange to stay. Absolutely. I haven't got another thought in my head. How do I think it's going to go? I just think there's so many, as I said before, there's no smoke without fire. I can just see the club getting rid. I can see that happening, unfortunately. And I really do mean that, because I want Ange to stay. But I wouldn't be surprised at all if over the next couple of days an announcement comes out. But as Ali said, Ange is not going to walk away. Unless the only way they would put out leaving by mutual consent is if they've given him a load of money to say, that's what we're going to say. But Ange doesn't strike me as a man that would take that. So,
and fair play to Ange, because some people could actually just say, look, there's your trophy. I told you I could do it. I've had all this abuse from the media. I've had all this abuse from the fans. Now sod it, I'm off. You know, some people would have said that. So fair play that Ange, that big mic drop, but fair play that he does actually want to continue. And one thing I love about Ange is the fact that he always talks about wanting to change the mentality as well. And you know, when you think about this season, and we've had the mole within the club as well, you know, always leaking information. I tell you, there are so. I think we could do a show on that on its own about the amount of on-field and off-field issues that Ange Postecoglou has had, and I just feel like a lot of the time people are very quick to just forget about that or dismiss it, not even mention it, and it's just all about those league defeats, you know. And I'll say again, we don't accept the league defeats, and we want better. I've just noticed Steve's come into the green room now. Steve, if you turn your camera on, we'll bring you in. Oh, here he is. Hello, Steve. How are you?
All right, guys. Sorry I dropped on so late.
You could not resist it. You could not resist coming on, could you, Steve?
No. I thought, I'll leave it this time, but no, I'm sorry I've dropped on so late, guys. I know you want to go and stuff. So.
Can I just say there's over 4,000 people watching live right now across all media platforms. So thank you so much for all of your incredible support on this fan show this evening. And if you would like to get involved in a future one, which we will be running these fan shows weekly during the summer to talk about all of the transfer rumours, the signings that we have in, the players possibly leaving the football club, Ange Postecoglou's future, etc., etc. So if you'd like to get involved in a future one, please do send me an email, tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com, and we will get you booked in for a future one. Now, Steve, the poll that we're running at the moment, Ange to stay 73%, Ange to go, and it's not moved, by the way, Ange to go 27%. Are you surprised by that? Are you in the 73% camp?
Yeah, I voted for him to stay. I am a little bit surprised considering all the rumblings we've heard all season, I suppose. But yeah, no, we can't keep changing managers. Like so many people have said tonight, he's delivered our first European trophy in 41 years. You know, and like you say, only 2 other managers have done that before him. So you can't get rid of him now because, like you say, can we go through another rebuild again? Another manager comes in, different style of play, different players, and we go back another 2 years, don't we? So, yeah, I can't. But the silence from the club is deafening, isn't it? You know, so we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I've kind of heard what you guys have said tonight, but what's your take on it?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just stick to what I said just now, actually, when Chris asked. You know, my gut feeling is that we're going to see an announcement from the club that Ange is gone. I've just got that feeling. I don't want that to happen, by the way. I don't, Steve. I'm with you. I think it would be a travesty if they let Ange go. But I've been a supporter of this club a long time. I've seen what Levy is capable of, how they work, and I can just see that happening. I really hope I'm wrong. I hope they just come out and say, look, Ange is back from holiday and we're sticking with him for another season, or worse to that effect, you know. But I can just see it happening, sadly, and I mean sadly.
All it needs, Steve, is on X. All it needs is one of the admin staff just to put out on X with a picture of Postecoglou lifting the trophy and just put boss, or, you know, the boss, and just like a strong emoji or whatever. That's all it needs, something like that. And they don't need to put any announcement out. They just need to just put a picture out of just a sign that the club are with him. That's all they need to do. But in answer to your question, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Ange ends up leaving. But then I wouldn't be at all surprised if Ange end up staying. Like we've said on the show a lot throughout the last 3 hours, is there a better manager out there right now to guide us to success? And when you think over the last couple of years, he's tried to change the mentality at the football club. He's delivered a trophy that we haven't had in such a long time. I just feel like he deserves the opportunity. And when I put it, you know, there's a lot of people, you know, saying about, oh, Ange needs to go, Ange needs to go. Well, give me a good argument. Tell me right now What's the plan? You suddenly get rid of Ange tomorrow. Tell me, what is the plan? You know, who are you bringing in and how are they making things any better and how are they improving anything? Because I feel like we will then go round in circles yet again. And I'm going to say it again for those that perhaps didn't hear me the first time or the second time or the third time during this stream. The 22 league defeats, not good enough. We need to improve. But, you know, when you've delivered that trophy, I just feel like you deserve that that chance to have a third season. And I feel like our league position will be a lot better as well. And the transfer window, I'm going to say it again, the transfer window is so important to the football club. Steve, how's the last 10 days been for you? Because I know you were at the stadium for the final. I know you've already spoken about that on the channel. But how's the last 10 days been? Has it really sunk in that Spurs have won the Europa League? Because I feel like some people are so quick to, you know, put that negative spin on things again. Like, you know, just give us the bloody time to enjoy winning this trophy.
I mean, yeah, great. Absolutely fantastic. Like I said previously, like, amazing feeling. It has sunk in, but now we've gone back to the uncertainty of that of our manager, and it feels like, I don't know, it feels like if they get rid of Ange, then, I mean, how many managers have they sacked and then had a replacement lined up straight away? Do you know? I know Mourinho when they sacked Pochettino, but who else has come in? Like, the manager's been sacked and they've actually got someone in like the next day and said, "This is our new manager."
Well, like I said, Steve, we waited 72 days for a manager. Everyone thought that we had a plan, and then we waited 72 days for a manager. So, yeah, but Richard writes a comment here. Actually, have I just lost it? Yeah, Richard writes a comment here. Chris, Ange refused to change his tactics in the league, resulting in 38 losses since November 2023. If we had a coach who played three at the back, we'd have less injuries, concede less, etc., etc. Ange won't. Richard, I said earlier that I feel like if you were the chairman or the board at Tottenham, you would definitely be sitting down with Ange Postecoglou right now saying, are you going to be playing a different way and how can we get better results in the league competition? That is definitely 100%, without question or doubt, that conversation needs to be taking place if it hasn't already. Because, you know, the league form and those performances definitely need to improve. Steve, final question for you. Transfer window, what would you like to see? What do you expect?
To be honest with you, I don't really expect us to be doing a lot until probably July. Whilst this uncertainty over the manager is about, I can't see us really doing anything until beginning of July, which is a problem because obviously we need to get players in soon as so they can have a pre-season, and then obviously we've got the Super Cup as well. That's one big difference we've got this year. We've got the Super Cup to play, and we need to be ready for that because I do feel that as good as PSG are, on the day it's 11 versus 11, and we know what we can do against some of the biggest teams like Man City, for example. So things need to be, like you said a lot tonight, announcement needs to be made this week because other clubs are starting to make moves in the transfer window now. I think Liverpool has signed 2 players already. Man United have pretty much signed someone already, someone that we thought, we're going to have a better transfer window than them because we've got Champions League football and they're making moves already. So I don't want us to fall further behind for next season because we're not, let's face it, the Premier League's probably out of our reach for a long time. So going for the other cups, like domestic cups, like the FA Cup, the League Cup, is a real possibility, and a sort of a good run in the Champions League as well. Be happy with that trophy. Good run in Champions League. Top half finish. I'll be happy with that. But they need to come out this week and say, yes, he's staying, or no, he's not, because whoever they're talking to, they need to get them in, and they have to have that discussion about players and who they want, and I feel like if we don't do it sooner rather than later, we're going to fall even further behind next season. So, but whoever comes in has to deliver a trophy within 2 years. Otherwise, it would, like Ange has done. So, but yeah, I don't know. So, but yeah, it's tough, isn't it? So we've gone from euphoria to what's going to happen next season now, uncertainty and stuff. So. But,
Well, still enjoy this moment, Steve. Still enjoy it.
I'm definitely going to. But yeah, great show again as always, guys. And yeah, sorry I jumped on so late.
That's all right. That's all right. Steve, thanks so much for joining us. We'll talk to you soon.
Guys. See you soon,
Cheers.
guys.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye. Right, we've now got our final couple of guests for this evening. We're going to try and get Jamie back, and then we'll go to Gary. Gary, thanks so much for joining us. We'll come to you in a couple of minutes. Third time lucky for Jamie. Hopefully we can hear him now. Jamie, how are you?
I'm all right, Chris. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Great to have you on. Your connection this evening's been like Tottenham's season. Keep trying, but we got there in the end.
Exactly.
Jamie, how are you feeling about Ange? Because I know, like I said earlier, I know earlier on in the season, and, you know, we've all admitted that we've all had moments in this season where we've felt like, you know, it's been pretty hard, isn't it, to take as fans to watch the type of football that we've had, the defeats, the manner of the defeats. But the feeling of winning a trophy is so special. So how would you review this season? How, you know, in a couple of years' time, how do you think you're going to look back at this season with 22 league defeats, but then that success in the Europa League?
It's an absolutely bonkers season, isn't it? It's such a strange one. If you divide it in half, the Premier League has been absolute crap, isn't it? It's the worst season that I can remember. You look at the Europa League, it's been the best season since I've been a Spurs fan. If I'm honest, and like I said to you last week, I just don't think he's going to balance the Champions League and the Premier League. It does worry me. I think we're going to be very exposed. I think if our recruitment as well, whoever the manager is, if it's not good this summer, we're going to be like lambs to the slaughter in that Champions League. So we've really got to, the kids and all that, we've got some kids now. We need to go and some ready-to-go players, for the Champions League experience, you know, and get some leadership in the team across the board, whoever the manager is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So are you behind Ange now, Jamie, would you say, for the new season? What do you want to see the club do?
No, I'd like to make a change, if I'm honest, Craig. I know it's not the popular choice at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. Whatever angle you look at it from, we all want the end outcome. We want Tottenham to be as good as they possibly can be, whether you're Ange in, Ange out, whoever the manager is. But I just think a better manager who's a bit more versatile. I know he did change in Europe and could improve players. I don't really think any players have improved under him, if I'm honest. I think there's a lot of work to do, whoever the manager is with his squad, if I'm honest.
This poll, Jamie, that we've run tonight, Ange to stay 73%, Ange to go 27%. You're in that 27%. Are you surprised it's that low?
I am. I'll be honest with you. I've seen other channels in that before, and I've done similar polls, and it's a lot more closer, if you know what I mean. But I mean, everyone's entitled to their opinion. You know, it's just like I say, we all want the best for the club. But I just want what I see as a better manager, if you know what I mean. Get more out of his side.
Jamie, when it comes to transfer windows, what is an absolute minimum in this transfer window? Because I've said throughout the whole of this 3 hours that we've been doing this stream that the Champions League is very, very different. You know, you need virtually two, you know, really decent sides, you know, one for Premier League, one for Champions League, and then, of course, the rotation, you know, the adapting in both competitions as well, you know, and of course all of us Spurs fans want us to go far in the FA Cup and the League Cup as well. We want it all, and when we've tasted success, you want to feel like that again and again. But in terms of the transfer window, and I actually feel like the board are under a lot of pressure to deliver in this transfer window, regardless of who the manager is. Do you see that that Spurs are going to go out, you know, all out and get experienced players in? Because I feel like me and you are very similar in terms of talking about that experience as well, because Andrew's come out and said recently as well, you know, we signed 3 teenagers last time. You know, it's time for the experienced players to come in. We've got to go big, haven't we?
We have to. We need at least 4, I think, ready to go into the first team that you wouldn't be frightened of to play in the Champions League, I think. I mean, at the end of the day, he's all about Champions League, Levy. So you got to start supporting the team. Otherwise, like I say, you're pissing in the wind. You know, you can't keep playing the likes of not being funny, Archie Gray and Mickey Moore. I think they'll probably be good at eventually, but it's a bit, you know, like imagine it against Paris. We've got this Super Cup coming. I think we need a good 4 quality players. I think we need another centre half. If Romero goes, we're probably going to need 2. I think we definitely need another. I think our wingers are quite average, if I'm honest. I think we definitely need a couple of wingers, and probably I like Polina Bayern Munich. You know, the one who's at Fulham, someone like that. You know, a proper ready to go in the midfield, and you know, a bit of leader.
Who would you have come in as a manager if you had a choice, Jamie? Who would be your
You asked me
your
this
one
before.
you choose?
Yeah, you asked me this before. I think it's before the Frankfurt game. And at the time, Iriola, we all said about Pochettino, but I don't think that's realistic. Iriola, I do like, but I have to be honest, I've more swayed towards Glasner recently, Palace. I think because he's proven he can win trophies and, you know, keep his like competitive in the league. You know, I think they come 12th after a poor start, Palace, and like they ended really strongly. They've won the FA Cup, the first time they've ever won a trophy. He's won the Champions, sorry, not Champions League, Europa League with Frankfurt. So he's obviously managed in the Champions League. So he ticks that box. I think, but I don't think he's going to be easy to get. Like I think Xavi might be another good one. Thomas Frank, I'm not sure about, but whoever it is, I backed Ange at the start. But when you think it's not going to work, I didn't really see. I think I said it before. Bournemouth away was when I thought I don't think this guy. But obviously, he's won a trophy, so I'm grateful for that.
Jamie, if Ange Postecoglou was to go, do you think that the squad would somehow be split up in some ways of certain players wanting to depart the football club, like Christian Romero? Because Romero and Postecoglou, they do seem to have a very close bond and very close relationship. And it has been reported in Argentina that if Postecoglou is to be fired by Spurs, then Romero would want out. And I wouldn't be at all surprised by that, if I'm completely honest. Do you worry about that? And then when you see reports out from the likes of the Times today, they're stating that, you know, Spurs went in for a bid for Mark Gay of Crystal Palace in January, and they're still interested, but Mark Gay doesn't want to join Spurs.
Yeah, I think when we was with in January though, like the fee they were talking about, that was a complete smokescreen. You know, like there was never for that fee. But this summer would be more realistic. If he don't want to join, then I don't particularly want him, if I'm honest. And with Romero, I mean, at the end of the day, you're paid well. All right, you get on well with this manager, but you're playing for Tottenham Hotspur. We're a big football club. If you don't want to be there, then go. I'd like him to stay because he's elite. He's a leader, one of the few we've got, I think. But and I'd rather keep our best players. But if you don't want to be there, we'll go on. You know, we'll be all right. We'll get there in the end. It's just, you know, we're bigger than any player. But if there is a big divide, yeah, it will be a problem.
Jamie, last question: who will be the manager of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club on the 13th of August when we play PSG in that Super Cup final? Who will be the manager?
If you'd have asked me this 24 hours ago, I would have been pretty confident it'd be Ange. After today,
but don't you feel like, as a Spurs fan, that all of these reports that have come out in the last 24 hours have been guesswork rather than actual journalism?
Yeah, but there has been a hell of a lot of it from what I've seen. But yeah,
a lot of copy and pasting. Yeah,
you're probably right. I mean, you know more about that than I will, but I am seeing a lot of it. I mean, if you ask me right now, I'd probably say Thomas Frank, but I would not be too surprised if it is Ange, you know. But
yeah,
who knows?
I just don't think Thomas Frank is any better than Ange Postecoglou. I'm sorry, I just don't. I know people around, you know. No, no, don't get it.
It's going to be an interesting one, and Jamie, I've no doubt that I'll be sending out another email to you saying, come on the fan show and talk about the situation, whether Andrew's staying or not, you know, staying, going, new manager. So watch this space and we'll talk to you soon on that show.
No worries. Cheers, lads.
Cheers, Jamie. Thanks a lot.
Jamie. Take care.
Right, our last guest of the evening, and we're going to go to Gary Maloney, the guy that told us all, get your flights booked to Bilbao. We're going all the way to the final, and we are lifting this trophy. He told us that Spurs would win the game 2-0. It weren't 2-0, but it was 1. We'll take it. We'll take a wrong score prediction, but we'll take the prediction of us winning the Europa League. Gary, how are you? And he's on mute. I tell you, a lot of people would like to put Gary. We'd like to put Gary on mute sometimes, but let's unmute him. Gary, how are you?
Unmute me. I've got to start it. I've got to start with all them fans and just say Johnson again. Ole, ole. Johnson. Listen, all this doom and gloom. It's been 11 days since we've won a European trophy, mate, and I can't believe there's fans talking about a different manager. I don't know if you call that delusional, ungrateful, disrespectful. Come on, man.
Yeah,
There's not even smiles, Chris, apart from us.
I've said some of those things this evening. I have. You probably haven't been watching or listening throughout the whole of the 3 hours, but I have said some of those things about, some people. It does seem that they're a bit ungrateful of us winning the European trophy. But every day for the last 11 days, you've received a message from me, haven't you? And what have I been saying?
Johnson again, Johnson again. And you know what? Keep singing it, mate. Keep singing it.
I will.
Season.
Yes, yes. Gary, talk to us about how the last 10 days have been for you, because I know you do a lot of banter. You have a lot of banter with a number of other opposition fans, and you really do enjoy when we win. But what's the last 10 days been like for you?
It's been amazing. I mean, going right back to the night, Craig will say when we was on that pitch at full time, it just didn't seem real. It was like slow motion. And it's just years and years of pain, hurt, letdowns. Chris, you go to every home and away game. I don't go to all of them, but I go to a lot, and it's been a tough season. And I think, I think it does kind of make up for it. I know some people are saying, the league form is terrible and everything else, but getting to the end of the season and winning a European trophy is just absolutely bonkers. I mean, even though I said it, I still didn't believe it. And when it actually happened, mate, I'm still buzzing. It's still like Wednesday night to me. I haven't come down from cloud nine. I'm still watching everything on YouTube, obviously this show and everything else, all the stuff that's going up. I think what I want to touch on is there's a lot of talk about Ange. I think most of that is the journalists that have got the that he won as a trophy. You need to remember, since we've won this trophy, they've focused on three things: how bad Man United were, 22 league defeats, and Ange being sacked. They've not focused on the fact that we've won a European trophy the first time in 41 years and any sort of trophy in 17 years. This is the problem. They are absolutely raging that they got it wrong and Ange got it right. And not just the journalists, but dare I say it, some Tottenham fans, they're actually annoyed and angry that he got us over the line, which to me is bonkers, but that's the reality of it. So listen, start the new season, Super Cup, Ange is still there. We've got nothing to worry about. Fast forward to next season, we win the FA Cup and we probably finish about 9th. Happy days, bring it on.
That's just it though, Gary. I've seen that Tottenham fans, but some of these people make a living on us being crap. You got to remember that. So I just don't understand it.
I mean, it's been 11 days. We've won a European trophy. Listen, I don't know how long it's going to be until we win the next European trophy. Let's hope it's the Champions League. But if I put my hand on my heart, I can't see us doing it next season. Will we win a trophy next season again? Yes, I think we will. If we stick with Ange, yes. If we get rid of him, bring in Thomas Frank. What's Thomas Frank done that Ange hasn't? How is he a better manager than Ange? That's journalists trying to stir the pot, mate. They hate the fact that Tottenham have won a European trophy the same way Arsenal fans hate, Man United fans hate. The journalists are raging because they were rubbing their hands together thinking, can't wait until Man United, who are so good in finals, who've got the history and the heritage, turn over Tottenham. I mean, they thought we was going to get done by Bono. The fact we turned that around, they hated it. Frankfurt was the same. To finally beat Man United in a final for the 4th time. And now, I remember Andrew always used to say it's only Tottenham Hotspur. We can actually say it's only Man United. Think about that for a minute.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
They haven't beaten us since 2022, actually, and our team was very, very different then. Gary, I've got to ask you this, and I don't think we've asked anyone else this evening. What gives you the confidence, if Ange Postecoglou is given the 3rd season, what gives you the confidence that the league position and the league results and performances will be better?
I think he'll be backed. I think Levy, I don't think there's even a consideration that he's going to get rid of Ange. Not so much because he appreciates the fact what Ange has done and the fact we won a European trophy. I think it's to save his own arse. Because I think if Levy puts Ange out, and let's say for argument's sake, brought in Thomas Frank, I don't think Thomas Frank would do any better for us anyway. Fact. And then a lot of the fans will turn on him. It's a safer bet keeping Ange in. And I think we'll get the players. I think we've got Champions League football. We got 100 odd million. We're still buzzing off a trophy win. And I think we go on, we do a better league season. We won't have anywhere near as many injuries. We'll get in some right players that can play now rather than the kids. And I think we do win another trophy. And listen, I don't think we're going to finish, you know, second, third or fourth. I think we will be sort of maybe around 9th or 10th. But I can see us winning the FA Cup. And even going, you know, into the Champions League, but nothing past, say, you know, the last 16 quarterfinals. That'd be it. But for me, that's still a great season, you know, brilliant.
I was going to ask Gary, is that progression?
Of course it is. Of course it's progression.
Gary,
because you're finishing further up in the league and you're winning another trophy. What managers won us a trophy 2 years in a row? I mean, you've got to go back to what, 81 and 82. And that was only the FA Cup, right?
Yeah.
So if you're talking about a European trophy and in the following season an FA Cup, you've got to give him his third season, mate. Whatever Ange says he does he not?
Yeah. Sorry, Craig, I interrupted you again.
No, my internet just glitched out for a minute, so you're all froze. So sorry, I thought it was me. Gary, you're I think that's a pair of pants behind you, by the way.
Probably,
is that a pair of your pants?
No, that's the Tottenham vest.
Oh, right. Okay, fair enough. It looks like
it's
a
Tottenham vest.
pair of pants. Wouldn't surprise me, though, by the way.
No. I've got my thongs in the drawer. Now. I can get one out for you if you want. It's up to you.
No, you're right. I know it's past the watershed, but let's leave that in the drawer. You're only 38, Gary, so you probably don't remember as much as me. But obviously, Spurs were remembered as a cup team, right?
Yeah.
I mean, in my lifetime, the longest gap between trophies is the latest one, right?
Yeah.
Because I remember the 80s, remember the 90s, and we were crap in the 90s, but we still won 2 cups, right?
Yeah.
So would you be happy if Spurs were mediocre, and I mean mediocre to very mediocre in the league, but won a cup every year? Would you be happy with that?
God, 1,000,000%. I've always said we're a cup team, Craig. You know, that's what we are. We're a long way from, you know, really like seriously challenging for the league. But I mean, listen, next season I can see us going all the way in the FA Cup, winning that. So you're talking about Ange comes in, he gets us 5th in his first season. But bearing in mind, like what Chris touched on and everything else, you know, we lost Harry Kane. Let's not forget about that, right? So we finished 5th. Bearing in mind, right, you know, when all the Arsenal fans and the Tottenham fans were split and Ange had the yump, and, you know, Son was through on goal and deliberately missed. If we had finished 4th, right, and Arsenal had won the league, we probably wouldn't have won the Champions League. Instead, we deliberately forfeited that game, finished 5th, and then went on and won it the following season, which I said we would. So I think it's absolute masterclass by Ange. And I think next season, if we was to finish 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, dare I say it, and win the FA Cup, I would be more than happy with that. Because let me tell you, when we was finishing in the top 4 every season, like what Woolwich down the road are and all that, and got nothing to show for it, we were bantered. Now we're winning European trophies by finishing low in the league. They want to try and banter us. Don't you see the comparison there? No matter what we do, they're always going to try and banter us. The fact that everyone's coming out saying Ange out is not the fact that he's going to be sacked. It's because the journalists don't want to praise us and say, do you know what? Ange come in his second season. He said what he would do. He won Tottenham European trophy. It's mind games, mate. I'm not fooled by it. Don't be fooled by it. And Thomas Frank is not an upgrade from Ange. He's rubbish. What's he done for Brentford? What's he done?
Nothing.
Europe, won a trophy? No.
Kept him in the Premier League. That's all Frank's done.
Well, Ange kept us in the Premier League, so he's better than him then, isn't he?
Gary, in terms of transfer window, and also I'd like to ask you, who will be the Spurs manager at the start of next season?
Listen, there's only one player going around, floating around everywhere, and that is Eze, and that's the one player that has to come in, right? And also, like, this is another thing what we touched on. It's all good and well saying Ange out, but then Romero goes, and who else goes? They're not going to stay. You know, when fans are saying he's lost the dressing room, did that look like a team that had lost the dressing room when they were on that bus with him on the parade?
Yeah.
You know, listen, we need to get Eze in, and the manager for the Super Cup when we beat PSG will be Ange Postecoglou. You know, and then the new season will start, and all this nonsense that's going around with the media now because they hate the fact that we won a trophy will be forgotten about, and we will just go into the season, far into the FA Cup and win it. And we'll be buzzing, mate. We'll be singing. And we'll be singing next season. It won't be Johnson again. We'll be Eze again, ole, ole. Eze again, Eze again.
Well, having just won the Champions League.
Could you imagine that, Chris, if we did actually win
the
Champions
could.
League?
I could imagine it. Yeah.
If we did win the Champions League, right, and finish 17th, what would be the percentage of fans still moaning, saying it's not good enough? It would still be quite high. It would.
Oh yeah.
Look, Gary, me and you have had conversations off air, and I've said to you, no one's putting me in a bad mood.
No.
If people want to be Ange out and they want to be this, that, and the other, and they want to feel like they do, then you can't tell people how to feel. It is what it is. But no one is putting me in a bad mood having won this trophy.
You travelled to South Korea for games that have been called off that were friendlies. So the fact you went to Bilbao and saw Tottenham win a European trophy is just out of this world, mate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No
exactly.
one is going to dampen your spirits, mate. None of us. You're always going to get the ones that are a bit negative and depressing. And I just find it quite unbelievable, and just the audacity of some Spurs fans to be calling for his head and stuff when, they were out earlier in the season, but yet they were either at the game in Bilbao or at the parade. And 11 days afterwards, they can actually, go onto social media, especially X, and want him sacked. I just find it unbelievable.
There's a comment here for you, Gary, saying if you're 38, you've had a very hard life.
Well, I have. I've been on your podcast for 7 years.
Do you know what?
What being a Spurs fan does.
Craig's got away lightly today, hasn't he? This show's only 3.5 hours. How long was the one that we did?
It'd be about an hour, Chris.
How long was the one that we did? About 5 hours.
5.5, I think it was.
Yeah,
Chris, the record
about the length of the parade.
Where expressions come on, and we was on for about 6.
Oh yeah,
that's still the record. I think you'll find.
Oi, listen, seeing him down the parade, right? That was just as good as the players on the open top bus. He was letting off fireworks and stuff. The camera crew, that was brilliant. What a day that parade was, lads! Isn't it? Eh? Amazing.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah,
many more.
Exactly. I want more moments like that, Gary. I really, really do. And it was wonderful. And we want to, be tasting that success year in, year out.
Stick with Ange, and then we'll get it. Because let me tell you, if we're not going to sack Ange, but let's say if we did and we brought in Thomas Frank, who's going to be celebrating us finishing 10th and getting a few more wins in the league and winning nothing? Because that's all he's done.
Well, to finish this stream, just over 1,500 votes, and Ange to stay 73%, Ange to go 27%. And as I always say, there's a comment here. Gary looks 33, Chris looks 34, and Craig looks 43. It's great. That's very kind to all of us, isn't it?
Yeah,
thanks, Tom.
I'll take that.
But as I always say, regardless of opinions, all of us always want the same thing, and that is that Tottenham are successful and Tottenham are lifting trophies. We've had that this year, although the league form hasn't been nowhere near good enough, but we definitely want more success. Gary, thanks so much for joining us. Tell everyone where they can find you on social media, what you're up to at the moment. And
you can normally just find me on Instagram,
keep it clean.
X, Facebook, sharing every single... Do you know what I actually watched the other day? I'm not even joking, right? I watched the 4 hours of the parade, about 4 or 5 hours, and then someone did a video just zooming in on the fans, right, at the stadium for the final, at the Tottenham Stadium. And I even found one of my mates that was sending me videos of it. I watched it for about 4 hours. I'm literally obsessed with it, mate. I can't get enough. I've got all my merchandise already, and I just can't stop buying things because it's been so long since we've had a trophy. I don't have to have memorabilia from the 90s anymore, or early 90s. I just think it's amazing, and I'm going to embrace it for the next God knows how many years. Listen, I don't know when we're going to win a European trophy next. I think the trophies are coming. The European ones, I'm not so sure. So you've got to just completely go all out and enjoy it. But listen, before I go, just quickly, how's everyone going to react when we beat PSG? Because that's going to happen.
They'll be champions of the world then, won't we? Champions of Europe, certainly. We will be champions of Europe.
What to do then? Because when we beat PSG and do that, that's going to be bonkers, isn't it?
Gary, give us a score.
Best team in Europe, Gary. It does,
of course it does. Of course it does.
I bet we beat them.
What's the score prediction, Gary?
I think we're going to beat them 3-2. You mark my words. We're going to beat PSG. You'll be there, Chris, anyway. And you'll be messaging me and FaceTiming me and saying we've done it. But if fans coming on saying, PSG weren't really up for it. It's a friendly, blah, blah. We're going to beat them. It's done.
Yep. Well,
Great way
a lot
to
of
end
Gary,
that.
a lot of Gary's predictions do actually come true. That's what's so scary about it. So I don't quite know what to say to Gary's predictions anymore. Bit scary. Gary, thank you so much, and Craig, thank you. Actually, we've got one more guest. Gary, we'll speak to you soon.
Take care, lads. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Right, our last guest of the evening is Gavin. Gavin, thanks for joining us. How are you?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Very good. Thank you so much for joining us, Gavin. How are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan?
Thank you. I'm sorry if it's choppy. I'm not driving. Should be good to know. But yeah, let me know if it's you're having trouble hearing me. I do apologize. I'm in California at the moment.
That's all right. We can hear you perfectly well. How are you feeling as a Spurs fan right now, and the situation regarding Ange Postecoglou? Would you like to see him to stay to deliver Spurs a third season?
You know what? I woke up this morning because obviously the time difference. When I wake up, it's already your afternoon, and I saw one of the Facebook pages, like Tottenham's Hotspur News Spurs Web, posted something about the Football Insider saying Ange had been sacked. And I actually messaged them and I said, I think it was wrong that, I said to them on Facebook, I said it was wrong that you guys posted that because it's not confirmed. And I thought it was a bit unfair for Ange and for all the Spurs fans, particularly me, who's a big Ange fan, having a bit of a heart attack waking up to that news, even though, the reality is that it could be very likely that happens this week. Chris, as I emailed you yesterday,
Gavin,
I'm not just saying, yeah.
Gavin, are you going across the Golden Gate at the moment, by the way?
Yes, I am.
That's mental.
Well spotted, Craig. Well spotted.
Yeah,
wow.
My fiance's driving and she's being a good sport, letting me jump on.
Can you give us a little bit? Can you give us a bit of a view, Gavin?
Yeah, pan round to Alcatraz or something.
Can you see? There's probably like thousands of people watching right now. Yeah, we're actually, it's very exciting because San Francisco is going to be one of the host cities for the World Cup next year. So I'm super excited, and fingers crossed. Socceroos, if they qualify, get drawn here, or even the US would be great to watch some games down here. But yeah, on the Ange topic, yes, I am obviously Ange in, and I'm not just saying that as a cheerleading Aussie. Chris, I emailed you yesterday when I saw your post about this. I feel like I have a unique perspective here because I've been following Ange for a long time, and I'm talking. I was an intern at Fox Sports Australia, and he was just a out-of-work coach doing punditry work. And I had never heard of him when I was interning. And then I remember being shocked when he got the Brisbane Roar job. I was like, how is a pundit suddenly becoming a coach? And then I sort of had to dig up and then, fast forward to I was at the final when they beat Sonny in South Korea and Sydney. I was in Honduras because it's, fairly close proximity to California. I flew with some other expat Aussies to watch Australia beat Honduras to qualify for the last World Cup. So I've been to many games which Ange has coached, and I went to Spurs versus Brentford this season when I think they beat Brentford 3-1 when Brentford went up first, probably 30, 40 seconds into the game. I'm sure you guys are there as well, but I flew to London with my fiance to watch that. So I've really seen Ange on this journey. So for me, it's just surreal to see him coaching the Premier League. And yeah, so to wake up this morning and see these rumors is quite heartbreaking. I just think it's very disingenuous what's going on, that, he's, as he said, he's been the voice of this club. Besides you guys who do a great job, he's been the voice of this club with all his press conferences, and he's really done a good job defending. Just the other week he said, the word Spurs drives people crazy. And if that doesn't show you that he is part of the Spurs family, I don't know what, I don't know what will. He's taken every bullet for this club. It would be very sad to see him go. And I think what's very disingenuous now is the poor guy's just been through a lot this season. He's on holiday in Greece with his family. probably sweating it out, or maybe he's at the maturity now where it just doesn't bother him anymore. So I feel terrible for the guy having to, every time he turns on the news and his name's there, and publicly his job's being rumored. And someone who's just won a club their first trophy in 17 years, I really do feel for him. And I think kind of twofold where the downside of this. Number one, the reality is, I think if you are, and I was actually talking to a friend who's a big sports agent in Australia. If you are a big name player, like you guys have talked about, Eze, Xavi Simons, the reality is, not in your right mind, they're not going to come to Spurs if there's so much uncertainty around the coach. I would love all those players to come to Spurs and thrive, but I can't see them wanting to come with so much instability at the moment. That's the reality, number one. So you're going into a transfer window, which I think, keep me honest here, started today, without certainty with the coach. Your competitors are already signing players. Even Man United signed, what's the guy from Wolves? And the amount of money they've just lost from not being in Europa, they're still signing players. Spurs are going to have a huge problem signing players until they get stability as a coach. And you may lose Romero if Ange goes, because it seems like they have a very good relationship, which says a lot. So that's number one. Number two, I think, again, coming back to Ange, I think it's very unfair on him. Not only all the noise in the media and all these unconfirmed reports, but the poor guy is committing to Spurs. He says he wants to stay. The guy could be losing out on jobs. You see what's not only the player market, but the coaching market. Other coaches are getting snapped up and securing their jobs now to get set up and get a head start for the next season. Ange could potentially, not that Daniel probably cares, but if you really have any respect for the guy, because he's got to look after his future and potentially move his family to Germany, Spain, wherever that might be. But he's kind of now holding on, waiting for the news, and he's potentially losing out on job offers. And so, if you're going to sack him, I don't agree with it, but for the sake of respect for Ange, at least, give him the chance to go and find another job. I wouldn't want to be his agent right now. That's a rough place to be.
Do you think Ange is going to be the?
That, but yeah. So,
do you think Ange is going to be the manager of? No, that's all right. Do you think Ange is going to be the manager of Spurs starting next season?
I don't have a crystal ball like you guys. I don't know, Chris. Maybe you have connections at the club, but it's obviously there's more rumors that he's not than if you just Google his name. So from those rumors, it doesn't look positive. I am still, maybe I'm unrealistic. I'm still hoping that they come to their senses and he does stay. It's either back him or sack him. Time is like the transfer window is open. They have to act now. The Spurs are going to lose out on players that they really need to compete in the Champions League. I mean, you saw the final yesterday. They have to play PSG in a month and a half, 2 months. You saw the quality. If you want any chance, and if you kind of get enough quality in before then, if you can win that game, that's another 4 or 5 million for the club. As unrealistic as it might sound, but I can tell you what, most coaches, maybe deep down fans, will go into that game thinking, Spurs don't have a chance. I can tell you one person, and I'm not just saying this an Aussie, who would go in there thinking you have a chance, and that's Ange. Because I remember when he was the coach of Yokohama, they took on Man City in a preseason. You saw what Celtic did, put up against Real Madrid. He doesn't matter who he has, the name of the team, or who they're up against. He is the biggest believer. I guarantee you he will come out and say, I'll back my boys against anyone. But the sad thing is, I think the club are making a mistake letting him go. It's one thing if this was his first season to say, he finished 17th, God, we made a mistake. But he has proven he can do it in the Premier League. He got you fifth, in the first season. They'll have to dig into where it went wrong this season beyond injuries, but geez, he has proven he can win in the Premier League. It wasn't just the first 10 games and then people say, he got figured out. It wasn't actually that, because they did have some good moments. And if it wasn't for, if you look back at that Everton game, if it wasn't for that one header where they drew 2-2 in the first season, they actually would have been in the Champions League. So it was that last minute header from the centre back at Everton that actually changed that tide. Those 2 points would have made the difference. If you think back to that game, Ange is like everything that has been great about Spurs and what he stands for. I think you're going to get someone else in. It could be a bad fit. I think they're making a big mistake. I don't know what you think, Chris. But yeah.
Gavin, it is great though, isn't it? The fact that Ange Postecoglou has delivered every single place where he's been and been successful, and particularly given that he has had so much negativity throughout the whole of his career.
Yeah, I even when he was at the Socceroos, some of my friends, a lot of fans, were so negative about his play and wanting him out, and I was like, he qualified us for 2 World Cups. We were in the group of death. The first World Cup he coached, we had Chile, Netherlands. Go watch the Netherlands highlights versus Socceroos when Cahill and Jedinak scored. It was unbelievable. And besides those 2, it was a bunch of no names that he'd thrown in. You know, young kids who he had to make a very difficult call to get rid of the Harry Kewells and the Lucas Neals, who had finished kind of on the tail end of their careers. And he's done that again with Tottenham. He's had to be brave and get rid of senior players and bring in young players. And he's going through that same pain cycle again. And unfortunately, the world we live in, it's success needs to happen, at a click of a finger. And I'm so happy for Tottenham and Chris and all you guys, the joy of winning the trophy. But I would hate to think that, like, in 10 years' time, you're still. I almost don't want you in 10 years' time to be watching the highlights of Europa, because I'm hoping that there's many more highlights. Yeah. And in order to do that, I think you need to stick to some. And in fact, Ange said it perfectly. He said at some point, if that was the message for Daniel Levy, I don't know if you read between the lines there. He said, at some point, Spurs are going to need to stick to something. And I think that was his subliminal message to the board. And that, out of everything he said this year, has stuck with me the most. And I'm like, he's so right. If you look at all the successful clubs, the competitors of Spurs for those top spots, they've all stuck to a project. Why can't Spurs do it? They just, like, be brave and do something a little bit different. In fact, and the only credit I'll give Daniel Levy, Ange lasted 2 years so far. All the managers before got to about, 18 months? Credit to Tottenham, for whatever reason behind the scenes, for holding the nerve and letting him finish out 2 years.
Yeah.
And now I think they need to continue to be brave and stick to this project. I'm happy to be proved wrong if he really struggles in the 3rd season, but now is not the time. I really don't think. And can I hear everyone talking about Poch from someone who lives in the US. From someone who lives in the US, a lot of my American friends who follow US soccer, Poch is not actually. If you watch the US team right now, they're in a golden generation. A lot of their players are playing in top leagues. They're not playing that well. I watched them in that Panama game. They didn't look that great. Just like players, remember, coaches have an expiry date and a form goes up and down. I don't actually think Poch as a coach is in top form. He's not the coach that you guys had all those years ago. So be careful what you wish for getting Poch. Be careful about I saw Brandon Rodgers in here as well. He just lost to Aberdeen in a Scottish Cup with triple the budget. So for all the Spurs fans who are throwing out all these other names, the last thing I'll say to you guys, be careful what you wish for. Go and dig up where these managers are actually at in their career now versus what they've done in the past. And I'll leave you with that.
Gavin, can I just ask last question for you?
Yeah.
Are you a long-term Spurs fan, or are you with us because of Ange?
Mate, I love this ride, and I would continue to support Spurs, and I hope it's obviously a nice bonus having Ange in the team, and I really hope he does stay. But I'll enjoy watching Spurs regardless. But I think it's not a great look for the club, in terms of the treatment of a person who I think has done so much. I don't know what Daniel was thinking here. I know it's not only him. There's a new director, sporting director. But yes, Chris, I wish nothing but the best for Spurs, and I really hope Ange stays, because I think it's been a great ride so far.
Well, on our poll, 74% of the viewers and listeners are Ange to stay. 26% at the moment is Ange to go. Gavin, you've been a great guest. We'd love to have you back on the show again, so hopefully you can join us in the near future.
I'll make sure to have a good background again.
Enjoy your trip. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Cheers.
I tell you what, Craig, this is why I love doing these fan shows. Not only do we talk to lots of interesting people, but the places where people are from. We literally do talk to people all around the world, don't we?
Yeah, that was the first time the Golden Gates appeared in the. I just knew it was. I thought, is he on the Golden Gate Bridge? I thought, wow, that's San Francisco. San Francisco is one of the places I've always wanted to go, and we were going to go a couple of years ago. It didn't quite work out, but yeah, go do the old West Coast thing, go to Alcatraz, and all that, and drive around. But yeah. I know my geography. I do know my geography.
I was gonna say one thing I've learned about you doing these fan shows is you know your geography, and you know your places, you know your people, you know your accents as well. Now, I said last guest. We've now got another guest. We're going to go to Luke. Luke, how are you?
Chris, thanks for having me on.
Thank God you didn't talk about shovels.
I was on the PlayStation, but I was playing FIFA, and you can't use a shovel in that, so I thought it'd be all right.
Did you see that episode?
I did, yeah, and I saw the guy on the other night, and I thought it was pretty funny that he went through all his points and spoke for several minutes before it got brought up. So I don't want to use a pun too close to the nose, but I think he was trying to bury it. He didn't want to bring that up again.
I tell you, we do have some interesting guests on, and we do have a laugh on this show, regardless of performances, results. But we have just won a trophy, so we can be happy. Some people, can allow themselves to have a smile and a laugh, and be emotional about us winning a trophy. Luke, how's the last 10 days been for you?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. I think I have to say, actually, I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday who's a United fan, asking him how he felt. And he was like, "Oh, I'm not bothered at all." And I thought, well, there you go. That's the difference, isn't it? That I think for them, it's maybe just par for the course, because even when they're crap, they still get to finals. But for us, it really means everything. So it's been incredible. I don't think I've ever had as much abuse come my way as I have since we won, which is amazing, because it shows that it's really rattled some people from a certain part of London. But it's great because we won, it just bounces off me now, whereas it used to perhaps get under my skin a bit more. But I think the last sort of 12 hours has been a bit more stressful. I think the vibes have been a bit spoilt by some of the things we're reading at the moment.
Yeah. Do you know what? I've not had a single Arsenal fan contact me and either say well done or abuse Mickey Mouse.
Same.
They've all kept quiet.
Same.
All kept quiet. Not one.
Well, the ones you know are a bit more sensible then, Craig. I think the ones I know
They probably
are
are,
the sort of ones that why they have a certain reputation as a fan base, I think.
What have they got to take the Mickey out though? I don't understand it. You won a trophy.
It's been ridiculous, really. I mean, some of the things were, you didn't beat a team you only beat two teams in Europe's top 5 leagues in the knockout stages. And I said, well, there's only 4 rounds, so that's half of the rounds. How many more do you want us to do? And I was on the show, I think, last week, and I made the point that Arsenal got knocked out by Olympiacos and Sporting Lisbon the last 2 times they were in it. So it's a bit of a hypocritical point, but yeah, people have played it down, but they will, because it's a reflection of themselves. I think the reason why people are so motivated to make a point is because in the media, the one thing I've seen loads of people commenting on is who's had the better season. Because I think people do talk about Spurs and Arsenal as if they're like conjoined twins sometimes, and you can only judge one season based on the other. You can't separate them. And I think that you can look at a season in 2 ways. I think one is the cold hard facts and the numbers, And you have to give it to Arsenal and say that for all but one of those facts, they were brilliant all season. They scored a lot of goals, they kept a lot of clean sheets, they finished second, they got a lot of points. But the one fact that the one number they didn't get was a trophy, and that switches over to the other side. Well, Spurs got the trophy, but the rest of the stats for Tottenham are absolutely horrendous. So then the other side in which you can judge a season is what I like to say is the vibes, right? And for us, we finished on probably the best vibes I've experienced as a fan of the club for over 30 years. So, how does it get any better than that? Arsenal cannot be finishing the season with good vibes. They must be seriously disappointed. And I made the point to them that although we've not done it as much as them, we've been there. We've finished second. We've lost a lot of finals. We've lost a lot of semi-finals. And it does not feel good. It does not feel good. So if you want to say who's had a better season, I think it's about who's feeling better at the end of the season. And I think it's us. So yeah, that's the main thing that's come my way, but it's pretty easy to squash it.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Luke. What set of fans are happier right now? Us lifting a trophy or finishing second, and plus, both teams are going to be playing the Champions League football. But of course, it is now about building for that Champions League campaign for next year. Now, we have seen in transfer windows under Postecoglou that we have been quick to react to sign players and get business done early. Do you think that is going to happen again, regardless of whether Postecoglou or a different manager is going to be taken over at Spurs? Because let's be honest and frank about it and realistic, we do need to strengthen this squad in so many ways if we're going to be going far in the Champions League and, of course, climbing up that Premier League table. What are your expectations as a Spurs fan for the transfer window?
Well, my general expectations are always low, because I just don't think we get business done. You're right in saying that we've maybe done it a bit quicker recently since Ange has been in, but I think generally we're slow. We're too slow. We react too slowly. People seem to get their heads turned by other clubs while we're still, negotiating fees. And there's been a lot of disappointment in transfer windows in the past, and we could all list players that we wish would have come to Tottenham or they were on the verge and they've ended up going somewhere else. I think that it doesn't matter whether Ange stays or goes. There's got to be a lot of movement, because Ange himself is incredibly reliant on the players fitting his system. And I think what was pretty evident in the last year in particular, but it happened the year before that too, is that when the replacements came in, they were nowhere near good enough to do what he wanted them to do. And he never said that. He never threw them under the bus, other than maybe Werner and Basuma. But he never really complained about them, but it was evident that they just couldn't do it. So he needs players who can sit on the bench and come on and do a job for him. I think he's got a couple more of those. I think Danso can do a bit more of that. But I think there's quite a few that will need to leave, and we need to get good replacements in. And then if he does go, that's going to cause a lot of upheaval as well. Because what I've read is that a lot of the players are, I heard you say earlier about Romero saying he would leave if Ange goes. Well, if that happens, we've got to get someone that will replace him, and that's going to be really, really difficult. So I think it is going to be a summer of a lot of upheaval, whichever way we go. But the club have got to act fast. We can't start a season, which we have done year on year, and we're still knocking about for players. It's ridiculous. We've got to be doing a full pre-season with the squad that we're going to try and get through the season. So my expectations, I'm going to keep them low at the moment and just hope that the new people that are coming in, if Paratici comes back and the new chap we've got coming in as well, they're actually going to, get the cogs working a bit quicker.
Yeah. Last question for you, Luke. What players do you think we need to bring in? Who would you be your choice of players that we bring in over the summer to really strengthen this squad and make a difference?
Well, I was actually reading Alistair Gold's piece earlier about how Spurs have got an even worse issue with homegrown players this year, and all the rumours I'm reading are about English players. But I like a lot of the ones that they're mentioning. So I mean, I work with a lot of Palace fans, and I would absolutely love to see Eze in. I think he's a massive, massive talent, and I think he'll only get better as well. So he's a big one for me. in terms of a new centre half, I think we need one of those too. People have talked a lot about Tomori. I've heard Gay's not that interested, but they would both be really good. But in terms of English centre halves, those two probably stand out. Other than that, I mean, it's a difficult one because I'd like to see another striker come in as well. But the question would be, who would you bring in without forcing Solanke into sort of second string, or maybe you would. And there's a lot of strikers knocking about. I mean, I can't believe that the club haven't moved faster for someone like Jonathan David, who's actually would be on a free. I thought that would, Levy's eyes would be lighting up at that. And then his teammate as well at Lille, Angel Gomez as well, who had those couple of games with England and
Yeah.
looks really solid in the middle. And the last one I would say is the one player I think they should go and spend some big money on, who I watched play a lot this season, was Semenyo at Bournemouth. I think the one thing we've massively missed is a bit of steel and a bit of attacking talent in midfield, and he has both of those things. So I'd love to see a player like him come.
Luke, I know Craig said that was last question, but I've not asked anyone this tonight. Reports are stating that Spurs would accept a bid of £40 million for Richarlison this summer. Would you sell him?
Yeah, I would. I like him a lot, and I couldn't believe when I watched that Europa League final. I watched him and I thought, where's this guy been?
Absolutely.
Because we know that he's really good at popping up in the box. He's really good with his head. He does seem to consistently score even when he's not playing particularly well. He's very injury prone. That's an issue. But the work rate in that Europa League final, the defensive work rate, I couldn't
Yeah.
believe it. And I just thought, where's this across the season? Because if he'd been playing like that earlier on in the season, he would have kept Son out of the team because I hate to say it, when Sonny came on, we looked much weaker on that left side defensively. So it's a frustrating one because I like him. He's really passionate. My dad always talks about the fact that he's always got a bit of fire in his belly, and he likes that when he sees other players sauntering about. Richarlison's always putting in a shift. But for me, his output hasn't been quite good enough. And if someone offers you 40 mil, it'd be what would that be on him? A sort of 15 or so mil loss on him. That's pretty good going after a few years, I'd say.
Luke, I'm going to give you two last questions. Just a quick yes or no. Heung-min Son, will he be at the club next year?
Yeah, I think he will, yeah.
And will Ange be in the dugout for the first Premier League game of the new campaign?
No, I don't think so.
Wow. Okay. Who will it be?
I think it's going to be Thomas Frank. If I can, I'd just say I missed a chunk of the show earlier, but I'm not Ange out by any means. I'm not saying that, but I just think Levy, the way it's Levy seems to be going in the last couple of days, from what I've been hearing. Obviously, it's just rumours, but I realised that I think Thomas Frank is the perfect manager for him because he has, I think, the lowest. He's got the 20th wage budget in the league. And where did he get Brentford to this season? 9th. So he massively overperforms what his wage budget is. And I think that ticks a big box for Daniel Levy. He loves developing young players. That ticks a big box as well. And the one massive mistake I thought Levy made with hiring Mourinho was he sacked a manager who, despite things were turning sour, the players loved him, the fans loved him, and he brought in someone who was not good with people. Right? He's a horrible bugger, Mourinho was. He brought him in, and it was a really, really bad choice when the players needed an arm around them. Thomas Frank would be really, really good at that. He's, the Brentford players say they absolutely love him. So a lot of people are playing him down because they say he hasn't won anything, but he has worked miracles with very little at Brentford, and I think that Levy would like that a lot. So I would not be surprised to see Frank in there.
Luke, always such a great guest. Thanks so much for your time, and we look forward to talking to you again very soon.
Brilliant. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Bye.
Cheers.
Craig, over 4 hours this fan show. I tell you what, like I always say to you, always enjoy these fan shows, talking to people all around the world. I hope you enjoyed it as well. Now, I've no doubt at all that we will be doing regular fan shows like this week after week during the summer, because there will be a lot going on. We certainly hope so in the summer transfer window anyway. Craig, where can people find you? What you're up to at the moment?
Just still on a high from our win the other week. So still, it's weird. Kind of forget about it for a little while. Like yesterday, I was out with friends up in London having a drink, and then I just suddenly popped into my head, we're playing Champions League next season. We won a cup. So it's just like, you know, oh, it's just like gives you an instant good feeling, doesn't it? I just hope Spurs don't well, you know, at some point they will bring us down again. But let's hope it's not for a while yet. But yeah, really enjoyed this evening talking to everybody. At Dearman9 on X if you want to follow me.
And like I've said to everyone, if you'd like to get involved in a future fan show, please do send me an email. It's tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com. Over 10,000 of you have watched this show already whilst live. So thank you so much for all of your incredible support. And the poll that I've been going on about for the last 4 hours, Ange to stay 74%, Ange to go 26%. So thank you so much for all of your votes on that poll. I've no doubt that we will be putting out more polls on more fan shows in the near future. Look out for all of the Tottenham news that we keep putting out hour after hour, day by day. Even though the season is over, we will still be putting content out every single day. Craig, of course, contributes a lot to this channel, puts a lot of content out on a daily basis, and obviously I do as well. So look out for that. If you don't subscribe to the YouTube channel, please do hit that subscribe button, like, share and comment below, and give us your thoughts. Let us know how you are feeling right now. Enjoy your week, and we will see you on the next one. Until then, come on you Spurs.